Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter, what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Gringotts exposed 23 stolen lordship hidden from Harry Potter age 8 11th? If you enjoy big magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1, The Vault Key That Changed Everything. The rain hadn't stopped for 3 days. Harry Potter pressed his forehead against the cold glass of the hut's tiny window, watching water cascade down the cracked pane in endless rivers. The sky above Privet Drive was the color of old bruises, purple and gray and swollen with more rain that hadn't fallen yet. Or maybe it had. Harry had stopped counting the hours somewhere around midnight, when Uncle Vernon's snores had started rattling the floorboards above him. Thunder growled in the distance. Close. Too close. He pulled his knees tighter against his chest and tried not to think about the letters. Dozens of them. Hundreds, maybe. He'd lost track after the third day, when Uncle Vernon had started nailing boards over the letterbox and the letters had started coming through the windows instead. Through the chimney. Through the gap beneath the front door like living things, crawling and desperate and wrong in a way that made Harry's scar prickle every time he saw one. He touched the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead without thinking. Old habit. It hadn't hurt in years, not really, but lately it had been warm. Not painful exactly. Just, aware. Like something had woken up inside it. The floor groaned behind him. Boy. Harry didn't turn around. He'd learned years ago that meeting Uncle Vernon's eyes during a storm was like poking a sleeping dog with a stick. You might survive. But you'd probably bleed. You hear me, boy? Yes, Uncle Vernon. The word boy sat in Harry's chest like a stone. He'd been called it so many times that sometimes he forgot he had a real name. Potter came out on school forms and official letters. Freak came out when Aunt Petunia was feeling creative. But boy, that was the everyday one. The one that meant you don't matter, you're barely human, you should be grateful we let you sleep indoors. Get down here. Now. Harry turned slowly. His legs had gone numb from sitting too long, something he was used to, something he'd learned to walk through without limping because limping meant questions and questions meant attention and attention meant the cupboard under the stairs. The cupboard. For 10 years, that had been his world. His bedroom, his prison, his hiding place. Spiders for company. Dust for blankets. And at night, when the house went quiet and the Dursleys' breathing evened out into heavy rhythms, Harry would lie awake and listen to the silence and wonder if there was anywhere in the world where he belonged. He knew the answer, most days. No. But the letters. The letters had changed something. They'd come addressed to him, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, and someone had known. Someone had known exactly where he slept, exactly how small his world had become, and they'd sent words anyway. Words that felt like reaching hands in the dark. Harry descended the narrow staircase with the careful quiet of someone who'd learned that footsteps were loudest when you were trying to be small. The Dursleys' sitting room smelled of stale tea and Dudley's sweat socks, a combination Harry had learned to identify from 3 rooms away, useful for avoiding his cousin's ambushes. Uncle Vernon stood by the fireplace, his face the color of overripe tomatoes. His mustache quivered with barely contained fury. Aunt Petunia sat rigid on the sofa, her lips pressed so thin they'd almost disappeared. And Dudley, massive, blonde, spoiled Dudley, sprawled across the largest armchair like a beached whale, watching Harry with the dull hatred of someone who'd never been told no in his entire life. Sit, Uncle Vernon said. Harry sat. The wooden chair was hard and cold against his back. He didn't complain. Complaining was for people who had rights. Now. Uncle Vernon's voice was low and dangerous. We're leaving. Tonight. The whole family. Going to hide somewhere they'll never find us. They. Harry's voice came out smaller than he'd intended. Don't play dumb with me, boy. Uncle Vernon's fist slammed against the mantelpiece. A china figurine of a duck wobbled and fell, shattering against the hearth. Aunt Petunia didn't even flinch. Those people. With their cloaks and their nonsense and their letters. A soft whoosh interrupted him. Everyone froze. The fireplace, the ordinary, electric, never-used fireplace, had just turned green. Harry stared. His brain refused to process what his eyes were seeing. The flames weren't orange or yellow or red. They were emerald, bright and impossible, licking at the brickwork with a hunger that made the hairs on his arms stand straight up. And then a face appeared in the fire. It was a face like a boulder, rough, weathered, almost entirely hidden behind a massive tangle of brown hair and an even more massive beard. But the eyes were the color of the sea during a storm, wild and ancient and glittering with something that looked alarmingly like joy. "Ah," the face said, and its voice rumbled through the room like distant thunder. "There ya are, Harry. Took me a bit longer 'n I expected, what with the weather and well. Never mind that. Got a bit stuck in the chimney, if I'm bein' honest." Uncle Vernon made a sound like a dying walrus. The face, the person, in the fire grinned, revealing a mouthful of crooked teeth. "Don't mind me. Just need to, oop." The flames surged. The bricks shuddered. And with a crack like breaking bone, a giant of a man squeezed himself out of the fireplace and into the Dursleys' sitting room. Harry had never seen anyone so big. The man's shoulders brushed both doorframes as he stood, his head inches from the ceiling. He wore a coat that looked like it had been woven from a bear's shed fur, and boots that could have crushed Dudley's skull without noticing. In one enormous hand, he carried what appeared to be a pink umbrella, though umbrella seemed too small a word for something that looked capable of stopping a train. "Sorry 'bout that," the giant said, brushing soot off his shoulders with casual indifference. "Not the most graceful entrance, but the fire'd gone out at the leaky cauldron and I had to." He stopped. Looked around. His smile faded slightly when he saw the Dursleys. "Oh. You're still here." Uncle Vernon found his voice. It came out as a squeak. Who are you?" The giant blinked. Then he laughed, a huge, booming sound that rattled the windows and made Dudley whimper, and turned to face Harry fully. "Right," he said, and his voice softened in a way that made something in Harry's chest ache. "Right. Of course. Ya wouldn't know me, would ya?" He crouched, which brought his face down to Harry's level, and held out a hand the size of a dinner plate. "Rubeus Hagrid. Keeper of Keys and Grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry stared at the hand. Witchcraft. Wizardry. The word should have sounded ridiculous. Preposterous. Like something out of the fantasy books Dudley had once lit on fire for fun. But they didn't. They sounded like home. Hogwarts, Harry repeated slowly, testing the word on his tongue. It felt warm. Familiar. Like a song he'd forgotten he knew. "Ye've got no idea how long I've been waitin' to say that to ya, Harry." Hagrid's eyes crinkled. "No idea at all. Now see here." Uncle Vernon surged to his feet, his face purple now. "I don't know what kind of circus you've escaped from, but this boy is my nephew and he's not going anywhere with some bearded lunatic who pops out of fireplaces like a... Vernon," Aunt Petunia whispered. Her voice was thin. Strained. Her eyes hadn't left Hagrid's face since he'd emerged, and something in her expression had gone very, very pale. Hagrid straightened. When he looked at Uncle Vernon, his smile didn't reach his eyes. "Dursley." He said the name like it tasted bad. "I've got a letter for Harry. Official Hogwarts correspondence. And I'd advise ye not to get in the way of it." Letter? Harry was on his feet now, though he didn't remember standing. Another one? Like the ones that kept coming. Hagrid reached into his coat and pulled out a thick envelope made of heavy yellow parchment. The seal on the back was crimson wax, stamped with a coat of arms Harry didn't recognize, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H, but this one's a bit special. This one's the actual letter. The one that confirms your place at Hogwarts, your magical education, and... He paused. His eyes flickered to the Dursleys, then back to Harry. And some other things we need to discuss. Harry took the envelope with shaking hands. The parchment was warm. Alive, almost. The moment his fingers touched it, a faint golden light pulsed beneath the seal, and Harry felt, something whisper in a language he'd never learned but somehow understood completely. Air. He nearly dropped the letter. Right, Hagrid said, watching him closely. So. Yeah, felt that, did ya? I don't know. Harry's heart was hammering. His scar was burning now, not painfully, but insistently, like someone knocking on a door he'd forgotten he had. What was that? Hagrid exchanged a glance with Aunt Petunia. A long, complicated glance that seemed to carry years of unspoken history. Your mum, Hagrid said finally, was one of the most brilliant witches I ever knew. And your dad, well. James Potter came from old magic. Very old magic. Magic that doesn't just disappear when someone dies. He crouched again, his massive frame blocking out everything else. Harry, there are things about your heritage, that have been hidden for a very long time. And before I can take ya to get your school supplies, we've got to make a stop first. A very important stop. Absolutely not. Uncle Vernon grabbed Harry's arm, harder than necessary, his fingers digging into bone. This boy is not going anywhere with. Hagrid moved. It wasn't fast, exactly. More inevitable. Like a mountain deciding to fall. His hand closed around Uncle Vernon's wrist, and suddenly Uncle Vernon wasn't holding Harry anymore. He was on his knees, gasping, his face white as Hagrid's grip lifted him bodily off the floor. Hagrid, no, Harry started. Dursley, Hagrid said calmly, I've been watchin'. I've seen how Yevi treated this boy. The cupboard. The starvation. The beatings. There were no beatings, Aunt Petunia started. Dudley's fists count. Hagrid's voice was quiet now. Quiet and dangerous and utterly without mercy. I've got reports going back 10 years. 10 years of neglect and cruelty and hatred for a child who did nothing except survive when his parents died. Savon, the magical world. The room went silent. Harry couldn't breathe. His parents died saving the magical world. No one had ever told him that. No one had ever told him anything. Just car crash, your parents were drunk, they died like they lived, worthless. Yevi got a lot to learn, Harry, Hagrid said, releasing Uncle Vernon, who collapsed to the floor like a sack of potatoes. And most of it's good. Wonderful, even. But some of it. He sighed, and for a moment he looked impossibly old. Some of it's gonna be hard. And the first part, the part we've gotta do now, before we do anything else, might be the hardest of all. He held out his hand. Come with me. We're going to Gringotts. The journey to London was a blur of rain and silence and thunder that seemed to follow them like a hungry animal. Hagrid didn't say much on the train. He sat in a seat far too small for his frame, staring out the window at the grey English countryside, his enormous pink umbrella clutched between his knees. Every few minutes, he'd glance at Harry, a quick, searching look, and then look away again, his jaw tight. Harry wanted to ask questions. 1,000 questions. What happened to my parents? What is Hogwarts? Why do I have this scar? What did you mean about my heritage? But the words wouldn't come. They felt too big for his mouth, too sharp for his tongue. Instead, he read the letter. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He read it 7 times. Then 8. Then he stopped counting and just let the words wash over him, warm and impossible and real. First-year students will require 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 1 plain pointed hat, black. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. Harry's fingers traced the word dragon. Dragons were real. Dragons were real. He wanted to laugh. He wanted to cry. He wanted to find Dudley and shove the list in his fat face and scream, see. See. I'm not a freak. I'm a wizard. But more than any of that, more than anything, he wanted to know why his scar was still burning. Gringotts' Wizarding Bank rose out of the London gloom like a tooth. Harry had seen pictures of famous buildings, Big Ben, the Eiffel Tower, the pyramids of Egypt, but nothing had prepared him for this. The bank was pure white marble, streaked with veins of gold that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. The doors were enormous, bronze and shining, flanked by pillars carved into the shapes of creatures Harry didn't recognize, things with too many eyes and too many teeth and wings that folded like origami. Don't stare, Hagrid murmured as they approached. Goblins don't like being stared at. Goblins. Goblins. Of course. Because why not? Wizards were real. Dragons were real. Why wouldn't goblins be real? The goblins at the entrance were shorter than Harry had expected, barely reaching his chest, but their presence made them feel 10 feet tall. Their faces were angular, sharp, carved from something harder than flesh. Their fingers were long and knotted, each nail filed to a point. And their eyes were black and bottomless, like holes punched through the surface of the world. One of them stepped forward as Harry and Hagrid approached. State your business. Harry Potter, Hagrid said, and Rubeus Hagrid. Here for vault access. And. He hesitated. And a verification. Blood verification. Dumbledore's orders. The goblin's eyes flickered. For a moment, just a moment, something passed across that angular face. Something that might have been surprise. Or concern. Or hunger. Wait here. He disappeared through a door in the marble wall, moving with a silence that made Harry's skin crawl. Hagrid, Harry whispered. What's blood verification? Hagrid didn't answer. He was staring at the door where the goblin had vanished, his massive hands clenched around the pink umbrella. What's blood verification? A test, Hagrid said finally. A way to prove who ya are. Magically. Sometimes people try to claim things that don't belong to them. Titles. Vaults. Lordships. The goblins have ways of checking. Lordships. Hagrid winced. Shouldn't have said that. Dumbledore'll have my head. He shook his head, rain dripping from his beard. Look, Harry. Your dad's family, the Potters, they were old. Not the oldest, not compared to some, but old enough. Old enough to have, things. Responsibilities. Rights that most families lost centuries ago. And Dumbledore wants me to prove I'm, what? A Potter? Something like that. The door opened again. The goblin returned, accompanied by 2 others. They were all carrying long, thin knives. Harry stepped back. What are those for? Just a prick, Hagrid said quickly. Just a little prick on the finger. That's all. The goblins'll catch the blood in a bowl, and the magic'll do the rest. Standard inheritance verification. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Harry looked at the knives. He looked at the goblin's eyes. He looked at Hagrid's face, which was trying very hard to look reassuring and failing completely. Fine, he said, because what else could he say? Let's do it. The verification chamber was deep beneath the bank, buried so far underground that Harry could feel the weight of the earth pressing down on his skull. They'd walked for 10 minutes, downstairs, through corridors, past vault doors that hummed with ancient magic, until finally they'd reached a circular room made entirely of obsidian. The floor was polished to a mirror shine. The ceiling was lost in darkness. And in the center of the room, on a pedestal of white stone, sat a crystal bowl filled with something that looked like liquid starlight. The Bowl of Provenance, one of the goblins intoned. Forged before the founding of Gringotts. Before the signing of the Goblin-Wizard Treaty. Before Merlin himself drew his first breath. He gestured to the bowl with a long, knotted finger. Place your hand above the surface. When I cut, let your blood fall freely. Do not pull away. Harry's mouth was dry. He stepped forward. The bowl hummed as he approached, a low, resonant sound that vibrated through his bones. The liquid inside rippled, though there was no wind, no movement, nothing to disturb it. Air, the whisper came again. Louder this time. More insistent. Air of nothing. Air of the cupboard. Air of the boy who slept in dust while the world forgot him. Harry placed his hand above the bowl. The goblin moved faster than Harry could track. There was a flash of silver, a sting across his palm, and then blood was falling, bright red, shockingly red, dripping into the liquid light below. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the bowl screamed. It wasn't a human sound. It wasn't any sound Harry had ever heard. It was magic itself crying out, ancient and terrible, as the liquid in the bowl turned from starlight to blood to fire to something else, something that cracked the obsidian floor beneath Harry's feet. Crucible preserve us, one of the goblins whispered. Seals began appearing across the marble. They rose from the floor like ghosts, lines of golden light that traced themselves across the stone, forming symbols Harry didn't recognize but somehow understood. Circles within circles. Words and languages that had been dead for millennia. And at the center of each seal, a name. Potter. Black. Peveril. Gryffindor. Slytherin. More. Dozens more. The seals kept coming, spreading across the floor like fire, filling the chamber with light so bright that Harry had to shield his eyes. What's happening? He shouted over the screaming bowl. Hagrid, what's happening? Hagrid had gone white as chalk. His umbrella had fallen from his hands. He was staring at the seals, at the names appearing beneath Harry's blood, with an expression of pure, undisguised horror. 23, he breathed. There's 23 of them. The chamber shuddered. The screaming stopped. And in the silence that followed, a voice spoke, not from the bowl, not from any goblin, but from the stone itself, from the ancient magic that had just been woken from 1,000 years of sleep. The heir has come. The Lordships awake. Who dared to hide them? The obsidian ceiling cracked. Pieces of black stone rained down around Harry's head. And somewhere in the distance, far above, in the world of sunlight and rain and ordinary things, alarms began to ring. Hagrid grabbed Harry's shoulder, pulling him back from the crumbling pedestal. We need to go, he said, his voice shaking. We need to go now. But the seals, the names. 23 lost lordships, Harry. Hagrid's eyes were wild. 23 families who should have had heirs. 23 seats of power that were stolen. And every single one of them just traced their bloodline back to you. The ceiling cracked wider. The whole magical world is about to find out, Hagrid whispered, that Harry Potter isn't just the boy who lived. He's the Lord who was hidden. End of Chapter 1. ## Chapter 2, 23 Lost Houses. The alarms did not stop. Harry pressed his hands over his ears as he and Hagrid sprinted through the collapsing corridor, but the sound pushed through anyway, a deep, resonant howl that seemed to come from the stone itself. Pieces of obsidian fell around them like black snow. The golden seals that had erupted from the floor followed them somehow, glowing through the dust, trailing after Harry's heels like loyal dogs. Left! Hagrid bellowed, yanking Harry around a corner. Left here, the goblins'll have sealed the main exits, we need to get above ground before. The floor dropped out from under them. Harry fell. For one terrible second, he was weightless, suspended in darkness, the screams of dying magic echoing all around him, and then something massive and warm wrapped around his entire body. Hagrid. Hagrid had caught him, had folded Harry against his chest like a child, and was falling with him down a shaft that seemed to have no bottom. "Hold on!" Hagrid shouted. "Hold on, Harry, I've got ya." They hit something soft. Wet. Moving. Water. Cold, black water closed over Harry's head, and for a moment he couldn't tell which way was up. His lungs burned. His scar blazed. The golden seals swirled around him in the darkness, illuminating shapes that couldn't possibly exist, skeletons chained to the walls, doors made of bone, a vast underground lake that stretched in every direction. Then Hagrid's hand found his collar, and Harry broke the surface gasping. "Swim!" Hagrid dragged him through the water, his massive arms cutting through the current like oars. "The goblins'll have boats, they always keep boats for emergencies." Harry couldn't speak. Couldn't think. The water was so cold it felt like fire, and his blood, was still dripping from the cut on his palm, leaving a trail of crimson that glowed faintly in the darkness. 23 lost lordships. Every single one tracing back to you. They found a boat. A small, rickety thing made of dark wood, tied to a stone dock that had been carved to look like a gaping mouth. Hagrid shoved Harry inside and climbed in after him, nearly capsizing them both. The moment they were seated, the boat lurched forward, no oars, no motor, just moving, pulled by something beneath the water that Harry didn't want to think about. "Where are we going?" he managed. "Surface," Hagrid said grimly. "Above ground. The goblins'll want to talk to ya, need to talk to ya, but we can't do it down here. Not while the old magic's still awake." "The old magic?" Hagrid's face was strange in the darkness. Older than Harry had ever seen it. When a lordship is sealed, hidden away against the will of the bloodline, the magic doesn't just disappear. It waits. It hungers. And when someone finally awakens it. He shook his head. The Bowl of Provenance hasn't screamed like that in 500 years. Not since the last unifying air was tested. Unifying air. I've said too much. Hagrid's voice was tight. Dumbledore'll kill me. Actually kill me. He wanted to ease ya into this, wanted to tell ya himself, in his own time, and now. He gestured at the collapsing tunnel behind them. Now the whole bloody bank knows. Harry gripped the sides of the boat and tried to steady his breathing. One step at a time. One question at a time. "What names did I see?" he asked. "On the seals. I saw Potter. And Black. And others. What were they?" Hagrid was quiet for a long moment. The boat glided through the darkness, past stalactites that dripped water like tears, past walls carved with images of goblins and wizards fighting and making peace and fighting again. "The Potter Lordship," Hagrid said finally, "yet already knew about. That's your father's family. Old. Respected. Not the wealthiest in Britain, but comfortable. The Potters've been around for centuries. But the others. The Black Lordship." Hagrid's voice dropped. "That's your mother's side. Her maiden name was Evans, she wasn't from a magical family, not originally, but her grandmother was a Black. Disowned for Maureen, a Muggle, but the blood doesn't care about disownment. Blood stubborn." He glanced at Harry. "The Black family is one of the oldest in Britain. Also one of the darkest. Most of them were, well. Let's just say they didn't share your mum's views on Muggleborns. Harry thought about Aunt Petunia. About the way she'd looked at Hagrid, not with fear, exactly, but with recognition. Like she'd seen something like him before. And the others, he pressed. Peveril. Gryffindor. Slytherin. I saw those. I know I saw those. Hagrid's grip on the boat tightened until his knuckles went white. He said quietly. Yeah, saw those. The founders of Hogwarts. Those Gryffindor and Slytherin. No answer. Hagrid. The bloodlines are tangled, Harry. More tangled than anyone knew. The founders lived 1,000 years ago, they had children, grandchildren, lines that spread and merged and hid over the centuries. Most families lost track of their connections generations ago. But the magic. He tapped his chest, over his heart. The magic doesn't forget. The boat emerged from the tunnel into a vast cavern. Harry looked up and forgot how to breathe. The ceiling was gone. Not collapsed, gone replaced by a dome of pure crystal that showed the sky above London. Rain still fell, but it was softer here, muffled by the crystal, turned into a gentle drumming that echoed through the cavern like music. And the walls. The walls were records. Thousands upon thousands of stone tablets, stacked from floor to ceiling, each one carved with names and dates and symbols that shifted as Harry watched. Goblins moved between them, hundreds of goblins, maybe thousands, climbing ladders and riding pulleys and shouting to each other in a language that hurt Harry's ears to hear. Where are we? He whispered. The Hall of Inheritance, Hagrid said. The oldest part of Gringotts. This is where they keep the blood records, every magical family, every marriage, every birth, every death, going back to the fountain of the bank itself. He pointed to the far wall, where a group of goblins had gathered around a massive tablet that was glowing. And that's where they're looking at your bloodline right now. Harry stared at the glowing tablet. It was enormous, easily 20 feet tall, 15 feet wide, and it was covered in names. A family tree, but not like any family tree Harry had ever seen. This one had branches that split and merged and split again, forming patterns that looked almost like constellations. And at the very bottom, at the center of the tree's trunk, was a single name written in letters of fire. Harry James Potter. That's me, he breathed. Hagrid said. That's you. They were met at the dock by a goblin Harry hadn't seen before. This one was older than the others, much older. His skin was the color of old parchment, folded into wrinkles so deep they looked like cracks in stone. His eyes were milky white, blind by any normal standard, but when he turned his head toward Harry, Harry felt those eyes see him anyway. See through him. See everything he'd ever been and everything he might become. Harry Potter. The goblin's voice was like grinding gravel. I am Ragnarok, Blood Warden of Gringotts. I have held this position for 347 years. In all that time, I have never seen the bowl of provenance react as it did to your blood. Harry's legs felt weak. Is that bad? Ragnarok's lips twitched, not quite a smile, but close. That depends entirely on your definition of bad, young lord. Young lord. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. I'm not a lord, he said quickly. I'm just Harry. I'm nobody. The bowl of provenance disagrees. Ragnarok turned and began walking toward the glowing tablet, clearly expecting Harry and Hagrid to follow. And the bowl of provenance has never been wrong. Not once. Not in 10,000 years. Harry followed, because he didn't know what else to do. As they walked, other goblins fell into step behind them. Not threatening, not exactly, but present. Watching. Harry could feel their eyes on his back, their whispers in a language he couldn't understand but could somehow feel. The golden seals that had erupted from the floor earlier were still there, still floating around his ankles, and every time a goblin looked at them, their eyes went wide. They stopped before the glowing tablet. Harry looked up at his name, at the fire letters that spelled Harry James Potter, and felt something shift in his chest. A door opening. A lock breaking. "Show him," Ragnarok commanded. The goblins around the tablet touched their hands to the stone. The names began to move, shifting and rearranging, branches extending outward from Harry's name like roots searching for soil. Up. Up. The tree grew upward, adding names Harry didn't recognize. James Potter. Lily Potter née Evans. Fremont Potter. Euphemia Potter. Charles Potter. Doria Potter née Black. Black, Harry said, pointing. There it is again. Ragnarok nodded. The Black family has intermarried with the Potters multiple times over the centuries. But that connection is minor compared to what lies deeper. The tree kept growing. Arcturus Black. Lycoris Black. Regulus Black. Sirius Black. Harry's breath caught. Sirius? My dad had a friend named Sirius. He died, though. Before I was born. Hagrid said. Hagrid made a strangled noise. The tree ignored him. It kept climbing, passing names that sounded like music and names that sounded like curses, reaching higher and higher until Harry couldn't follow the branches anymore. And then. Ignotus Peveril. Harry's scar exploded with pain. It wasn't the burning he'd felt before. It was lightning, raw and white and absolute, splitting his skull open from forehead to spine. He would have screamed, but the sound died in his throat. Would have fallen, but the golden seals caught him, held him upright, forced him to watch as the tree revealed its secrets. Antioch Peveril. Cadmus Peveril. 3 brothers. 3 names that echoed through Harry's mind like bells. He could see them suddenly, not as words on a tablet, but as people. Faces. Lives. Deaths. The oldest, holding a wand of elder wood, struck down by a thief in the night. The middle, clutching a stone that could call the dead, wasting away from grief. The youngest, wrapped in a cloak that made him invisible, greeting death as an old friend. Ignotus Peveril, Ragnarok said, was your ancestor, Harry Potter. He passed his bloodline to his daughter, who married into the Gryffindor line. And the Gryffindor line merged with Slytherin. Harry's voice came out hollow. Sometime in the Middle Ages. A marriage to unite the feuding families. Ragnarok's wrinkled face showed something that might have been respect. You read the records quickly. I didn't read anything. Harry touched his forehead, his scar, which was still pulsing with echoes of that lightning strike pain. I just knew. The goblins exchanged glances. The air's awakening, one of them whispered. It's begun. Ragnarok silenced them with a look. Then he turned back to Harry and did something unexpected. He bowed. My lord, he said, and the title sounded different now, heavier, weighted with centuries of obligation. The Bowl of Provenance has confirmed what our oldest records only suspected. You are not merely the heir to the House of Potter. You are the blood heir to 23 ancient magical houses, whose lordships were illegally sealed, stolen, or hidden following the deaths of your parents. Harry couldn't speak. 23. 23. He'd thought the cupboard under the stairs was his entire world. He'd thought the Dursleys' hatred was all he deserved. He'd thought nobody, that he was nobody, would always be nobody, had been born to be nobody. The lordships, Ragnarok continued, are as follows. He raised his hand. The tablet shimmered, and a list appeared beneath Harry's name, written in letters of gold. Harry stared at the list until the words blurred together. Some of these houses, Ragnarok said quietly, have been dormant for centuries. Their lordships were believed lost, destroyed by war, by plague, by the simple passage of time. But the bowl of provenance does not lie. The blood survives. You survive. But how? Harry's voice cracked. How can I be the heir to all of them? That's not how families work. You can't just inherit 23 different things from two parents. Your parents are only the beginning. Ragnarok gestured to the tree, which had continued to grow while they spoke, adding new branches and connections faster than Harry could track. Every marriage, every birth, every child in your bloodline for the past 1,000 years has added to your inheritance. The Potters married the Blacks. The Blacks married the Flints. The Flints married the Macmillans. On and on, century after century, until me. Until you. Ragnarok's milky eyes fixed on Harry's face. You are the end of 1,000 years of carefully cultivated bloodlines, Harry Potter. You are what the old families used to call a unifying heir, someone born to bring together houses that had been scattered by time and distance and war. And someone didn't want that to happen. The words came out before Harry could stop them. But the moment he said them, he knew they were true. He could feel it in the way the seals around his ankles pulsed with anger, in the way the names on the tablet seemed to flicker with something that looked like outrage. Ragnarok's expression didn't change. But something in his posture shifted, a tightening, a readiness. Your parents' deaths, he said carefully, were ruled as murder by the dark wizard calling himself Lord Voldemort. But the sealing of your lordships, the magical blocks placed on your bloodline to prevent you from claiming what was rightfully yours, that required a different kind of magic. A forbidden kind. Blood. Magic, Hagrid said. His voice was hoarse. Someone used blood magic on Harry when he was a baby. On his mother's blood. To seal away his inheritances. Harry's stomach turned to ice. What does that mean? He whispered. What does that mean? It means, Ragnarok said, that someone wanted you weak, Harry Potter. Wanted you isolated. Wanted you to grow up believing you were nothing, a nobody, so that you would never think to question why you had no family, no fortune, no future beyond the cupboard where they locked you at night. The world went very quiet. Harry thought about the Dursleys. About 10 years of hunger and cold and Dudley's fists and Aunt Petunia's hatred. About the way Uncle Vernon's face had gone purple every time he saw Harry's eyes, Lily's eyes, and the way Aunt Petunia had flinched every time Harry's scar caught the light. He thought about the letters. The letters that had known where he slept. The letters that had come from a world where he mattered. And he thought about the person, the people, who had made sure he never knew that world existed until now. Who? He asked. His voice didn't sound like his own. It sounded older. Sharper. Who sealed my lordships? Ragnarok exchanged a glance with Hagrid. A long glance. A heavy one. That, the goblin said finally, is a question that will require a great deal more investigation. The blood seals on your inheritance are ancient, far older than your parents' deaths. They were not placed by one person, or even by one family. They were placed by a conspiracy. A network of wizards and witches who have spent decades, perhaps centuries, controlling the bloodlines of magical Britain. A conspiracy, Harry repeated. To keep me from inheriting, what? Money? Power? More than that. Ragnarok's voice dropped. You saw the list, young lord. You saw the houses that bear your blood. Gryffindor. Slytherin. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. The 4 founders of Hogwarts, their lines have been separate for 1,000 years. No living wizard carries the blood of more than 2 of them. No one carries all 4. Until Harry, Hagrid whispered. Until Harry. Ragnarok stepped closer, close enough that Harry could smell the ancient dust on his robes. Someone knew what you were, Harry Potter. Someone knew before you were born. And that someone, or several someones, spent the last 11 years making sure you would never find out. The golden seals around Harry's ankles flared with light. The tablet above him trembled. And somewhere in the depths of Gringotts, in vaults that hadn't been opened in centuries, in chambers that had been sealed by magic older than Merlin, 23 ancient houses woke up. Blood of the founders, a goblin whispered. Blood of the kings, another answered. Heir of nothing, Ragnarok said, and his voice was almost gentle now. That's what they wanted you to believe. But the bowl of provenance does not lie, and the old magic does not forget. You are not nothing, Harry Potter. You are the most powerful heir born in magical Britain since the time of Merlin himself. He bowed again, lower this time, almost to the floor. Welcome to your inheritance, my lord. I fear the world you are about to enter will not welcome you kindly. Harry looked up at the tablet. At his name, written in fire. At the 23 houses that had been stolen from him, hidden from him, kept from him by people who had wanted him to stay small and scared and alone. They wanted me weak, he said quietly. Yes, Ragnarok said. They wanted me powerless. Yes. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About the spiders and the dust and the dark. About the boy who had slept there, who had cried there, who had prayed there for someone, anyone, to come and save him. No one had come. Not until today. They made a mistake, Harry said. The goblins stirred. The tablet flared. And somewhere far above them, in the offices of the Ministry of Magic and the halls of Hogwarts, and the drawing rooms of every ancient family in Britain, the first whispers began to spread. Harry Potter is not just the boy who lived. He's the heir to 23 lost lordships. And someone is going to have to answer for it. Ragnarok smiled. It was not a nice smile. That, he said, is the first intelligent thing anyone has said today. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Dumbledore's Secret Panic. The fire in the headmaster's office burned low and orange, casting long shadows across walls lined with sleeping portraits. Silver instruments sat on spindle-legged tables, whirring softly as they emitted puffs of smoke that formed shapes, a phoenix, a serpent, a crown, before dissolving into nothing. Behind the great oak desk, Fawkes the Phoenix dozed on his perch, his golden feathers gleaming in the dim light. Albus Dumbledore sat very still. His hands were folded on the desk in front of him. His half-moon spectacles rested on his nose. His long silver beard pooled in his lap like liquid moonlight. To anyone watching, he would have appeared the picture of calm, a wise old wizard enjoying a quiet evening of contemplation. But his eyes were not calm. His eyes were tracing the edges of the letter that lay before him, reading it for the dozenth time, watching the words blur and sharpen and blur again as the candles flickered. Headmaster Dumbledore. Urgent. Come to Gringotts immediately. The bowl of provenance has activated. The Potter heir's inheritance seals are breaking. Multiple ancient lordships involved. This is beyond standard verification, beyond anything we have seen in recorded history, Ragnarok, Blood Warden. Dumbledore had received the letter 3 hours ago. He had not moved since. The instruments on his tables continued to whir. The portraits in their frames continued to sleep. Fawkes continued to doze. Everything was exactly as it should be, peaceful, orderly, controlled. And yet, Dumbledore closed his eyes and saw the boy. Harry. 11 years old. Raised by muggles who hated magic. Locked in a cupboard. Told he was worthless. Denied everything that should have been his, not just his parents' love, but his parents' legacy. The legacy Dumbledore himself had worked so hard to protect. I did it to keep him safe, Dumbledore thought. I did it to give him a normal childhood. To shield him from the weight of his own name, But the words rang hollow now. They had been ringing hollow for years. A soft tap on the window made him open his eyes. An owl sat on the sill, a small, grey thing, shivering in the rain. Attached to its leg was a scroll sealed with black wax. Dumbledore recognized the seal. Gringotts. Again. He rose slowly, his joints protesting after so long in one position, and crossed to the window. The owl hopped inside gratefully, shaking water from its feathers. Dumbledore took the scroll, broke the seal, and read. Headmaster Dumbledore. Your presence is required in the Hall of Inheritance within the hour. The Potter heir has been informed of 23 lordships. The magical community will know by morning. We must discuss the implications, *. Do not delay. Ragnarok. 23. Dumbledore's hand trembled. He had known about the Peveril connection. Had suspected the black inheritance, given the tangled family trees. But 23? The Bowl of Provenance had found 23 separate lordships in the blood of a boy who had spent his childhood believing he was worthless. Albus. He turned. Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait had woken up, the former headmaster of Hogwarts, whose permanent sneer looked even more pronounced than usual. Phineas was staring at the letter in Dumbledore's hand with an expression that was difficult to read. Curiosity, perhaps. Or fear. What's happened to my great-great-grandnephew? Sirius is not. I'm not talking about that disgrace to the family name. Phineas waved a dismissive hand. I'm talking about the other. 1. The Potter boy. The one with black blood in his veins. His eyes narrowed. The wards in this castle have been humming all evening. Something's changed. Something big. Dumbledore didn't answer. He crossed back to his desk, sat down heavily, and reached for a small silver instrument that looked like a gyroscope. He touched its surface, and it began to spin, projecting images into the air above his desk. Harry. Hagrid. The goblins. The Bowl of Provenance, *. The seals. The names. The fire, *. Dumbledore watched it all, watched the moment the bowl screamed, watched the obsidian floor crack, watched the 23 lordships appear in letters of gold, and felt something crack inside him too. He had planned for this. Not this exactly, not the Bowl of Provenance activating early, not the seals breaking before Harry even reached Hogwarts, but he had known this day would come. He had known since the moment he placed Harry on the Dursleys' doorstep, wrapped in a blanket and clutching a letter that explained nothing and everything. He will be powerful, Dumbledore had told McGonagall that night. More powerful than we can imagine. But only if he survives long enough to become it, *. And to survive, Harry had needed to be hidden. Hidden from Voldemort's remaining followers. Hidden from the Ministry's machinations. Hidden from the ancient families who would see him as a pawn, or a threat. Hidden, even, from himself. I did what I thought was right, Dumbledore whispered to the empty office. Fawkes opened one golden eye. He's 11 years old, Fawkes. 11. And now the entire magical world is going to know that he carries the blood of 23 ancient houses in his veins. They'll tear him apart. They'll try to control him, or destroy him, or, he stopped. Swallowed. Or worse. They'll try to use him. Fawkes trilled softly, a sound that might have been comfort, or might have been warning. Dumbledore stood up again. He crossed to a cabinet against the far wall, a cabinet that most people assumed held nothing but old quills and spare parchment. But Dumbledore knew better. He pressed his palm against the wood, whispered a word that hadn't been spoken aloud in 50 years, and the cabinet swung open. Inside lay a small, leather-bound journal. It was not an impressive object. The leather was cracked, the pages yellowed, the binding held together with what looked like ordinary string. But Dumbledore handled it like it was made of spun glass, cradling it in his palms as he carried it back to his desk. He opened it to the middle. July 31st, 1980, read the first line. Harry James Potter born to James and Lily Potter. Blood readings, exceptional. Preliminary inheritance scan reveals multiple dormant lordships. Recommend further testing at age 11. Dumbledore had written that entry himself. He had been present at Harry's birth, not in the room, of course, but nearby. Close enough to feel the magic that had rippled through the air when the boy drew his first breath. Close enough to know that this child was different. Special. Dangerous. He had hoped he was wrong. He had hoped the bowl of provenance would reveal nothing, that Harry's blood would prove ordinary, his inheritance minimal, his future unremarkable. But the bowl of provenance did not lie. And Albus Dumbledore had spent 11 years lying to himself. Headmaster. He looked up. Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway of his office, her tartan dressing gown wrapped tightly around her thin frame. Her hair was loose, he had never seen her with her hair loose, and her face was pale. Minerva. It's past midnight. I know. She stepped into the office, closing the door behind her. I felt the wards shift. Something at Gringotts. Something involving, she stopped. Swallowed. Something involving Harry Potter. Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from his desk. McGonagall sat, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The bowl of provenance activated. Dumbledore said quietly. Harry's inheritance seals are breaking. How many lordships? He hesitated. Albus. How many? 23. McGonagall's face went grey. That's not possible, she whispered. The bloodlines, the purity requirements, no single heir could carry 23 active lordships. The magic would be unstable. The child would. The child is fine. Dumbledore's voice was sharper than he intended. The child is more than fine. According to Ragnarok's initial report, Harry's magic has already begun adapting to the influx of inherited power. His body is, accepting the lordships. Integrating them. Like the unifying air. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. The phrase hung in the air between them, heavy, ancient, weighted with centuries of prophecy and fear. Unifying air. The wizard or witch born to unite the bloodlines of magical Britain. The one who could claim the crown of magical Britain, dormant since Merlin's era. The one who could reshape the balance of power in the magical world entirely. That's just a legend, McGonagall said finally. A fairy tale. The unifying air isn't real. The bowl of provenance doesn't deal in fairy tales. Albus. Minerva. Dumbledore leaned forward, and for the first time that night, he let her see the exhaustion in his eyes. The fear. The guilt. I have been watching Harry Potter since the moment he was born. I have monitored his magic, his health, his safety. I have done everything in my power to keep him hidden from the forces that would seek to exploit him. And now the hiding is over. Dumbledore gestured to the window, to the rain falling on Hogwarts, to the world beyond. By morning, every newspaper in magical Britain will carry the story. Every family with a seat on the Wisengamot will be scrambling to position themselves. Every enemy Voldemort left behind will be sharpening their knives. Voldemort is gone. Voldemort is waiting. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper now. And when he learns what Harry has become, what Harry is, he will stop waiting. He will act. And I am no longer certain I can protect the boy. McGonagall reached across the desk and took his hand. It was such an unexpected gesture, Minerva McGonagall, who valued propriety above almost everything else, holding his hand like a child seeking comfort, that Dumbledore nearly wept. You're not alone in this, Albus. You've never been alone. No, he agreed. But I am the one who put Harry with those muggles. I am the one who sealed his inheritance records. I am the one who knew, who always knew, that this day would come, and I did nothing to prepare him for it. You did what you thought was right. Thought. He laughed bitterly. I thought I was protecting him. I thought a childhood of neglect was better than a childhood of exploitation. I thought I had time. The fire crackled. Fawkes sang one low, mournful note. And somewhere in the distance, miles away, beneath the streets of London, the goblins of Gringotts were preparing to rewrite the history of magical Britain. Dumbledore arrived at Gringotts at 2 in the morning. The bank looked different at night. The marble pillars seemed darker, the bronze doors heavier, the carved creatures on the walls more alive. Rain sheeted down from a sky that had finally exhausted itself, leaving puddles of silver light on the wet cobblestones. A goblin waited for him at the entrance. "Headmaster. Follow me." Dumbledore followed. They descended through levels he had never seen, past vaults that hadn't been opened in centuries, past chambers where ancient magics hummed behind sealed doors, past corridors lined with bones that might have been human and might have been something else entirely. The air grew thicker with every step, heavy with the weight of old magic and older secrets. Finally, they reached the Hall of Inheritance. The first thing Dumbledore noticed was the tablet. It was enormous, larger than any he had seen in his previous visits to Gringotts, glowing with a light that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the stone itself. And on that tablet, written in letters of fire, was a family tree that stretched from the floor to the ceiling and beyond. At the bottom, Harry James Potter. Above him, a constellation of names that Dumbledore recognized and some that he didn't. Potters and Blacks and Peverils. Gryffindors and Slytherins. Houses he had thought extinct. Houses he had never heard of. Houses that shouldn't exist, according to every genealogical record in the Ministry's archives. The second thing Dumbledore noticed was the boy. Harry sat on a stone bench against the far wall, wrapped in Hagrid's enormous coat. His face was pale, paler than Dumbledore remembered, and his eyes were fixed on the tablet with an intensity that made something twist in the old wizard's chest. "He looks like James," Dumbledore thought. But those eyes are Lily's. Lily's eyes, staring at the weight of a world she died to protect, Headmaster Dumbledore. Hagrid's voice broke the silence. The giant stood near Harry's bench, his massive hands clenched at his sides, his face a mask of barely contained fury. "Hagrid." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Thank you for bringing him safely." Safely. Hagrid's voice rose. "Safely?" The boy nearly died when the floor collapsed. The Bowl of Provenance screamed, Dumbledore, screamed like I've never heard, and there were seals, golden seals everywhere, and 23 lordships, 23, rising out of the stone like. "I know." Dumbledore's quiet words cut through Hagrid's tirade like a knife. "I know about the seals. I know about the lordships. I know about the Bowl of Provenance and the Hall of Inheritance and everything that happened here tonight." He turned to face Harry fully. "And I know that you have questions, Harry. Questions that I owe you answers to." Harry stood up. He was small. So terribly small. The coat swallowed him, drowning him in fabric that smelled of wood smoke and dragon hide. But when he looked at Dumbledore, there was nothing small about his gaze. "You knew." It wasn't a question. "Yes." "About the lordships? About the seals? About all of it?" "Not all of it." Dumbledore's voice was steady, but his hands trembled slightly inside his robes. "I knew you carried multiple inheritances. I suspected the Peveril line, given your father's family history. I suspected the Black line, given your grandmother's heritage. But 23. He shook his head. "No. I did not know about 23. But you knew some." "Yes. And you hid it from me." The accusation hung in the air between them, sharp, unbreakable, true. Dumbledore could have lied. Could have made excuses. Could have wrapped his answer in the kind of elegant, evasive language he had spent a century perfecting. Instead, he said, "Yes." Harry's hands balled into fists. "Why?" It was the simplest question in the world. And the hardest one Dumbledore had ever been asked. Because you were a baby when your parents died, he said slowly. Because the magical world was in chaos, Voldemort had fallen, but his followers remained, and many of them would have killed you if they'd known what you might become. Because the Ministry was terrified of anyone with too much power, and the ancient families were terrified of anyone who might upset the balance they'd spent centuries maintaining. So you hid me with the Dursleys. I hid you with the only family you had left. They locked me in a cupboard. Harry's scream echoed through the Hall of Inheritance, bouncing off the stone walls, rattling the tablets, making the goblins flinch. Fawkes, who Dumbledore hadn't even realized he'd brought, trilled sharply from somewhere above. You hid me with people who hated me, Harry continued, his voice shaking. People who told me my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. People who starved me and beat me and made me sleep in a cupboard under the stairs while their pig of a son got 2 bedrooms and 3 birthdays a year. Dumbledore closed his eyes. He had known about the cupboard. He had known about the starvation, the neglect, the cruelty. His sources, Mrs. Figg, primarily, had reported regularly on Harry's living conditions. And Dumbledore had read those reports, night after night, and told himself it was necessary. That a little suffering was worth the protection. That Harry would understand when he was older. But looking at the boy now, at the rage and the hurt and the betrayal in those green eyes, Dumbledore understood that he had been lying to himself. Not about the protection. About the cost. I cannot undo what was done to you, Dumbledore said quietly. I cannot give you back the childhood you should have had. I cannot bring back your parents, or erase the years you spent suffering in that house. He opened his eyes. But I can answer your questions. All of them. Tonight. Here. Without secrets. Harry stared at him for a long moment. Then he sat back down on the stone bench, pulled Hagrid's coat tighter around his shoulders, and said, "Start talking." The next 3 hours were the longest of Dumbledore's life. He told Harry about the prophecy, the one that had sent Voldemort after his parents, the one that had marked Harry as the Dark Lord's equal. He told him about the Death Eaters who had scattered after Voldemort's fall, waiting in the shadows for their master to return. He told him about the Ministry's corruption, the ancient family's maneuvering, the delicate balance of power that had kept magical Britain from tearing itself apart. And he told him about the Lordships. The Peverell Lordship, Dumbledore said, is the most significant. The Peverell brothers were not merely powerful wizards, they were legendary. They created the Deathly Hallows, artifacts of such immense power that they were believed to make their wielder the Master of Death. The cloak, Harry said. I have the cloak. Hagrid told me. It was my dad's. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. The cloak of invisibility, the third Hallow, has been passed down through your family for generations. But the other Hallows, the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, their locations have been lost to history. Or so we believed. The tablet says different. The tablet says many things. Dumbledore glanced at the glowing family tree. It says you are the heir to Gryffindor and Slytherin, 2 houses that have been enemies for 1,000 years. It says you carry the blood of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, houses that have remained neutral in every magical war since the founding of Hogwarts. And it says you are the heir to houses I have never heard of, houses that predate the Ministry itself, houses that may hold powers we cannot even imagine. So what does that mean? For me. For everything. Dumbledore hesitated. He thought about lying. Thought about softening the truth, wrapping it in comforting words and gentle reassurances. Thought about protecting this boy, this child, from the weight of what he was about to become. But Harry had asked for the truth. And Dumbledore had promised to give it. It means, he said slowly, that you are no longer just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. It means you are Lord Potter Black Peverell Gryffindor Slytherin and 19 others. It means you have the legal right to claim seats on the Wizengamot, the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and the International Confederation of Wizards. It means you have the magical right to access vaults, artifacts, and knowledge that have been sealed for centuries. He leaned forward. And it means that by sunrise, every powerful family in magical Britain will know your name. Some will try to befriend you. Some will try to control you. Some will try to kill you. Harry didn't flinch. He sat there, wrapped in Hagrid's coat, his green eyes fixed on Dumbledore's face, and he didn't flinch. "What about the people who sealed my lordships?" he asked. "The ones who put the blood magic on me when I was a baby. Do you know who they are?" Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. "You do know. I have suspicions. Strong ones. But I cannot act on suspicions alone, not without proof, not without risking a civil war that would tear magical Britain apart. Tell me their names. Harry. Tell me their names, asterisk." The Hall of Inheritance trembled. The golden seals, the ones that had followed Harry from the Bowl of Provenance, flared with sudden light, casting strange shadows across the walls. The goblins murmured among themselves. Ragnarok, who had been watching from the shadows, stepped forward. "The boy has a right to know, Headmaster. He is 11 years old. He is the heir to 23 lordships, Ragnarok's voice was iron. The time for protecting him from the truth is over. The truth is the only thing that will keep him alive now." Dumbledore looked at Harry. Looked at the boy he had hidden, and protected, and failed. "Malfoy," he said quietly. The Malfoy family was involved. The Greengrasses. The Knotts. The Parkinsons. Several families who sat on the Wisingamot at the time of your parents' deaths. He paused. And one other. Someone whose name you will not believe. Someone whose involvement I cannot prove, not yet, but whose fingerprints are all over the blood magic that sealed your inheritances. Who? Dumbledore closed his eyes. "Barty Crouch," he said. "Senior." The name fell into the silence like a stone into still water. Harry didn't recognize it. But he saw the way Hagrid went pale, the way the goblins exchanged glances, the way Dumbledore's shoulders sagged with the weight of his own words. "Who is Barty Crouch?" Harry asked. "The head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation," Dumbledore said. "A man who was once the most powerful figure in the Ministry, second only to the Minister himself. A man who believed would be Minister someday. A man who helped seal my lordships. A man who organized the sealing of your lordships." Dumbledore's voice was bitter. He believed, sincerely believed, that giving an orphan child too much power would destabilize magical Britain. He convinced the Wisingamot to pass emergency measures that temporarily blocked your inheritances until you reached adulthood. Those temporary measures were never lifted. Harry sat very still. He thought about the cupboard. About the spiders and the dust and the dark. About 10 years of hunger and cold and Dudley's fists. All because a man named Barty Crouch had decided he was too dangerous to be allowed his inheritance. "They're going to pay," Harry said quietly. "Everyone who did this. Everyone who locked away my future. They're going to pay." Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond, to say something about forgiveness, about justice, about the dangers of vengeance. But the words died on his tongue. Because when he looked at Harry Potter's face, he didn't see a child anymore. He saw a lord. He saw 23 houses, waking from 1,000 years of sleep. He saw a power that no wizard had wielded since Merlin walked the earth. And for the first time in his long, long life, Albus Dumbledore was afraid. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, The Blood Seal Investigation. The Hall of Inheritance grew colder as the night deepened. Harry sat on the stone bench, still wrapped in Hagrid's oversized coat, watching as goblins swarmed around the glowing tablet like ants around spilled honey. Their voices rose and fell in that harsh, angular language that made his ears ache, but something had changed in the last hour. He was starting to understand them. Not the words, exactly, but the meaning behind the words. The anger. The excitement. The ancient, simmering fury. Blood magic, one of them hissed. Asterisk on a child. On the air, asterisk. Forbidden, another answered. Asterisk the old laws. Forbid it, asterisk. Someone will answer. Dumbledore stood apart from the activity, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes fixed on the tablet. He hadn't spoken in nearly an hour, not since he dropped the name Barty Crouch into the silence like a stone into deep water. Now he just watched, his face unreadable, his silver beard catching the golden light from the seals that still floated around Harry's ankles. Hagrid had fallen asleep. It was almost funny, in a strange way. The giant sat on the floor with his back against the wall, his massive head drooped forward, snoring loud enough to make the tablets rattle. Harry wondered how anyone could sleep at a time like this, but then again, Hagrid had been awake for nearly 2 days. And maybe sleeping was easier than facing what they'd discovered. 23 Lordships. Blood magic. A conspiracy. Harry looked down at his hands. They were small, child's hands, still soft, still unscarred except for the fresh cut on his palm where the goblin's knife had bitten. But something was different about them now. The veins beneath the skin seemed to glow faintly, threads of silver and gold that pulsed with every beat of his heart. He touched his scar. It was warm. Not burning, not like before, but warm. Aware. Like an old wound that had suddenly remembered why it hurt. Lord Potter. Harry looked up. Ragnarok stood before him, flanked by 2 younger goblins carrying leather-bound books and long, sharp-looking instruments. We are ready to begin the formal investigation. The what? The blood seal investigation. Ragnarok's milky eyes seemed to pierce through Harry's skull. The magic that sealed your lordships was illegal under goblin law, wizard law, and the ancient treaties that bind our peoples together. Gringotts has the authority, and the obligation, to investigate such violations. To identify the perpetrators. And to ensure that justice is served. Harry glanced at Dumbledore. The headmaster had turned from the tablet. His expression was still unreadable, but something in his posture had shifted, attention, a wariness. The investigation will require your cooperation, Harry, Dumbledore said. And your blood. My blood again. More than before. Ragnarok gestured to the instruments his assistants carried. The blood seals on your inheritance are complex, layered like an onion, each seal hiding another. To break through them, we must trace their magical signatures back to their sources. And to trace magical signatures, we need the blood those signatures were bound to. Harry thought about the cut on his palm. Thought about the way his blood had made the bowl of provenance scream. How much blood? Enough. That wasn't an answer. But Harry was learning that goblins didn't give answers, they gave directions. And right now, the direction was clear. Fine, he said. Do it. The ritual chamber was smaller than the Hall of Inheritance, round and intimate, with walls carved from a single piece of obsidian. In the center of the floor, a silver circle had been etched into the stone, filled with symbols that shifted and changed every time Harry tried to focus on them. Ragnarok directed Harry to sit in the center of the circle. Remove your coat. Roll up your sleeves. Harry obeyed. The air in the chamber was warm, almost hot, and the moment his bare arms touched the stone floor, he felt something wake up. The seals around his ankles flared. The symbols in the circle began to glow. Hold out your arms. Palms up. Ragnarok knelt across from Harry, his ancient face inches from the boys. The younger goblins positioned themselves at the edges of the circle, opening their books, preparing their instruments. This will hurt, Ragnarok said. When doesn't it? Something flickered across the goblin's face, surprise, perhaps, or respect. Then he raised his hand, and the younger goblins began to chant. The language was old. Older than English. Older than Latin. Older than anything Harry had ever heard. The words crawled through the air like living things, wrapping around him, sinking into his skin. His scar blazed. His blood sang. And somewhere deep in his chest, in the place where magic lived, something began to unravel. The first incision was shallow, just a thin line across his left forearm. Blood welled up, dark red and glossy. But instead of dripping down his arm, it rose. Floating upward in perfect spheres, catching the light from the symbols, pulsing with an inner fire that made Harry think of stars. First seal, Ragnarok intoned. The Potter Lordship. Sealed by blood magic on November 1st, 1981. The day after your parents' deaths. Harry watched his blood float above his arm. Watched as the goblins' chanting grew louder, more insistent. Watched as the floating spheres began to change, twisting, turning, forming shapes that looked almost like faces. He saw a man he didn't recognize. Thin, with gray hair and cold eyes. He was signing a document. Passing it to another man, this one younger, with pointed features and a sneer that reminded Harry of someone. Lucius Malfoy. The name surfaced from somewhere deep in Harry's memory. Hagrid had mentioned it, maybe. Or Dumbledore. One of the families involved in the conspiracy. The vision shifted. Now he saw a woman, severe, with dark hair pulled back so tightly it stretched her skin. She was holding something small. Something that glowed. A seal. A magical seal, pressed into wax, stamped with a symbol Harry didn't recognize. Ministry of Magic, the vision whispered. * Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Emergency Decree 47B*. The blood spheres burst. Harry gasped as pain ripped through his arm, not the clean pain of a cut, but something deeper. Something that felt like roots being pulled from his veins. Second seal, Ragnarok said calmly. The Black Lordship. Sealed on November 15, 1981. More blood rose. More visions flooded Harry's mind. A will. A signature. A woman weeping, Serious black signature, the vision whispered. His will, naming Harry Potter as heir. Overruled. Sealed. Hidden, Why, Harry tried to ask, but his mouth wouldn't move. Because Sirius Black was a convicted criminal, the vision answered. Because his assets were forfeit to the ministry. Because someone wanted the black fortune for themselves, The blood burst again. Harry screamed. Third seal. The Peverell Lordship. Sealed on December 3, 1981. This time, the vision was different. He saw a room he didn't recognize, paneled in dark wood, lit by green flames. A dozen figures sat around a table, their faces hidden in shadow. But their hands were visible. Hands signing documents. Hands pressing seals into wax. Hands that trembled, or clenched, or reached for wine glasses to steady themselves. The Wisengamot, the vision whispered. Emergency session. Closed to the public. No records kept, What did they decide? That the Peverell Lordship was too dangerous. That its power could not be allowed to fall into the hands of a child. That it must be sealed until the heir came of age, But I'm not of age. No. And you never would be, if they had their way. The seals were designed to last until your 21st birthday. After that, After that? After that, they would have found another way. The blood burst. Harry's vision went white. He came back to himself slowly, in pieces. First, the pain. It was everywhere, in his arms, his chest, his bones. He felt like someone had tried to pull him apart and then put him back together wrong. Second, the sounds. The goblins' chanting had stopped. Someone was crying. No, not crying. Hagrid was crying, great heaving sobs that shook the chamber. Third, the touch. A hand on his forehead. Cool. Steady. You're all right, Harry. Dumbledore's voice. You're all right. It's over. Harry opened his eyes. He was lying on the stone floor of the ritual chamber, his arms stretched out on either side of him. Both arms were covered in thin cuts, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, each one weeping blood that had been collected in crystal vials held by the younger goblins. How many? He croaked. 12, Ragnarok said. We have broken 12 of the 23 seals. The remaining 11 are deeper, bound to your magical core itself. Breaking them will require more time. And more preparation. 12. Harry had watched 12 visions. 12 sets of faces, 12 signatures, 12 acts of betrayal that had stolen his birthright and locked him in a cupboard for 10 years. Who? He asked. I saw faces. Names. Tell me who they were. Ragnarok looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the floor. The goblins have been recording the magical signatures from each seal, the headmaster said quietly. They can trace them back to the wizards who cast them, or at least, to the wands used to cast them. But the seals were layered deliberately. Obscured. Whoever designed this conspiracy knew that goblin magic might one day try to break through. That's not an answer. No, Dumbledore agreed. It's not. Ragnarok stepped forward, holding one of the crystal vials up to the light. Inside, Harry's blood swirled and churned, forming patterns that looked almost like writing. The signatures we've identified so far point to 11 different wizards, the goblin said. 11 wands, used to seal 11 different lordships. The 12th seal, the Potter Lordship, was sealed by a wand we cannot trace. Obscured by magic so old that even the Bowl of Provenance struggles to identify it. Old magic. Older than Gringotts. Older than the Ministry. Older than Hogwarts. Ragnarok set the vial down carefully. The magic that sealed your Potter inheritance predates the founding of magical Britain itself. It is primordial. The kind of magic that wizards have not wielded in millennia. Harry sat up slowly. His arms ached. His head throbbed. His scar burned with a fire that felt almost alive. But you can break it. You said you could break through the seals. In time. With your cooperation. And with access to certain. Ragnarok paused, choosing his words carefully. Artifacts that are currently held in vaults that have been sealed for centuries. Whose vaults? Yours, Lord Potter. The goblin's lips twitched. Or rather, the vaults belonging to the lordships you have inherited. The Black Vault. The Peveril Vault. The Gryffindor Vault. The Slytherin Vault. All of them have been sealed since their last rightful heirs died without legal successors. But you are not without successors. You are the accumulation of successors. Harry thought about that. About vaults full of ancient artifacts, ancient knowledge, ancient power, all of it sitting underground, waiting for someone to claim it. How do I open them? The standard way. Blood verification. Air recognition. The same process we began tonight, but on a larger scale. Ragnarok's milky eyes gleamed. Gringotts is prepared to assist you, Lord Potter. But we will require something in return. Harry tensed. What? Information. Access. And eventually, when you are old enough to understand what you are agreeing to, an alliance. Dumbledore stepped forward. Ragnarok. The boy is entitled to know what we are offering. The goblin's voice was sharp. Gringotts has no interest in wizard politics, headmaster. We never have. But the conspiracy that sealed this child's lordships used goblin magic. twisted it, corrupted it. Someone within our own ranks helped them, someone who knew the old rituals, the old binding spells, the old weaknesses. Harry stared at him. A goblin helped seal my lordships. Not helped. Enabled. The blood magic used to bind your inheritances was goblin forged, created by a smith who broke every oath our people have sworn since the first treaty with your kind. Ragnar's voice dropped to a whisper. That smith is dead now. Killed to keep the secret. But his work remains. And Gringotts cannot allow such a betrayal to go unpunished. So you want to find the people who hired him. We want to find everyone involved. Wizards and goblins alike. And we want your help to do it. Harry looked at Dumbledore again. The headmaster's face was troubled, lines of worry etched around his eyes, his mouth pressed into a thin line. It's a rare thing, Dumbledore said slowly, for goblins to offer an alliance to a wizard. Rarer still for them to offer it to a child. The last time such an alliance was proposed. When was that? Never, Ragnar interrupted. It has never been proposed. Not in the history of Gringotts. Not in the history of goblin-wizard relations. He knelt, actually knelt, lowering his ancient body until his eyes were level with Harry's. You are not a child, Harry Potter. Not anymore. You are the heir to 23 houses that have been stolen from you, and the power to reclaim them is waking in your blood. Gringotts wants to help you. But we will not help you for free. What do you want? Rights, Ragnar said. The rights that were stolen from my people centuries ago. The right to carry wands. The right to sit on the Wizengamot. The right to own property outside our designated areas. The right to be treated as equals, not servants, not slaves, not convenient scapegoats when wizards need someone to blame. Harry thought about the way the goblins had looked at him when he'd first entered the bank. The suspicion in their eyes. The way they'd positioned themselves between him and the vaults, like they expected him to steal something. He thought about the way the Dursleys had looked at him the same way. Okay, he said. Harry, Dumbledore started. No. Harry's voice was firm. You hid the truth from me for 11 years, Professor. You put me with people who hated me and told yourself it was for my own good. I'm done letting other people decide what's best for me. He turned back to Ragnar. Okay. He repeated. Help me break the seals. Help me claim my lordships. And when I'm old enough, when I have the power to actually do something, I'll help you. I'll fight for your rights. I'll make sure the wizarding world knows what goblins are worth. Ragnar studied him for a long moment. Then the ancient goblin smiled, a real smile, not the cold, sharp expression he'd worn all night. Then we have an accord, Lord Potter. They shook hands. Harry felt something pass between them, something warm and binding, like the seals around his ankles but different. This wasn't a prison. This was a promise. Dumbledore watched in silence. His face was impossible to read. The investigation continued until dawn. Harry sat in the ritual chamber as the goblins worked, breaking seal after seal, pulling back the layers of blood magic that had been wrapped around his inheritance like chains. Each seal brought new visions, new faces, new names, new betrayals. Asterisk the Greengrass family. Sealed the Hufflepuff lordship, asterisk. Asterisk the Knots. Sealed the Ravenclaw lordship, asterisk. Asterisk the Parkinsons. Sealed the House of the Star, asterisk. Asterisk the Carrows. Sealed the House of the Wyrm, asterisk. Asterisk the Lestranges. Sealed the House of the Crown, asterisk. On and on it went, a litany of names that meant nothing to Harry but clearly meant something to Dumbledore, who grew paler with each revelation. By the time the sun rose over London, 20 of the 23 seals had been broken. 3 remained. These are the deepest, Ragnar said, exhaustion heavy in his voice. Bound to your magical core itself. Breaking them will require you to claim the Lordships directly, to enter the vaults, touch the artifacts, and let the old magic recognize you as its rightful heir. Harry's arms were covered in cuts. His head throbbed. His scar burned with a fire that had faded to a dull, persistent ache. "Do it," he said. "Not today." Ragnar shook his head. "You need rest. Food. Time to process what you've learned." He looked at Dumbledore. "Take him to Hogwarts. Let him recover. We will send word when we are ready for the next stage." Dumbledore nodded. He crossed to Harry, helped him to his feet. The boy swayed, caught himself, refused to lean on the headmaster's arm. "I'm fine," Harry said. "I'm fine." "You are many things, Harry Potter," Dumbledore said quietly. "But fine is not one of them." They walked through the corridors of Gringotts in silence, past the vaults, past the goblins, past the morning light that streamed through the bank's great marble pillars. Hagrid followed behind them, his face still streaked with tears, his massive hands trembling. At the entrance, Ragnar stopped them. "One more thing, Lord Potter." Harry turned. The goblin reached into his robes and drew out a small key, made of something that looked like bone, carved with symbols that matched the ones on Harry's seals. "The vault key for the Potter Lordship," Ragnar said. "Your parents' vault. Hagrid was meant to give it to you today, to withdraw gold for your school supplies." He pressed the key into Harry's palm. "But there is another vault. A deeper vault. One that has not been opened since the death of the last Peveril heir. The Peveril Vault. It contains the artifacts that will help you break the remaining seals. Including..." Ragnar hesitated. "Including certain objects that have been lost to history. Objects that Voldemort himself has spent decades searching for." Harry closed his fingers around the key. "What kind of objects?" "Deathly Hallows," Ragnar said. "The ones your family has guarded for centuries. The ones that someone stole from your inheritance and hid where they thought you would never find them." The key grew warm in Harry's hand. Outside, the sun rose higher. And somewhere in the depths of Gringotts, in a vault that hadn't been opened in 1,000 years, 3 ancient artifacts began to wake up. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, The Potter Heir Awakens. Harry Potter had never slept in a bed that felt like a cloud. The 4-poster in the small room off Gringotts' guest quarters was draped in velvet the color of midnight, with pillows so soft they seemed to disappear beneath his head and blankets so warm they felt like being held. He'd been given the room at dawn, after Ragnar had declared him too exhausted to travel, and he'd fallen asleep before his head touched the pillow. Now, hours later, though he had no idea how many, he woke to sunlight streaming through a window that hadn't been there when he closed his eyes. He sat up slowly. His arms had been bandaged while he slept. Layer upon layer of white linen, wrapped from wrist to elbow, hiding the dozens of cuts the goblins had made. Someone, Hagrid, probably, had cleaned the blood from his skin and dressed him in soft cotton pajamas that smelled like lavender. Harry touched his scar. Cold. For the first time in days, weeks, maybe, his scar was cold. Not burning, not aching, not warm with that strange awareness that had been following him since the letters started arriving. Just, cold. Quiet. Asleep. He wondered if that was a good sign or a bad one. A soft knock at the door made him turn. "Come in." Hagrid's massive frame filled the doorway. He was holding a tray piled high with food, eggs and sausages and toast and something that looked like porridge but smelled like cinnamon. His eyes were red-rimmed, but he was smiling. "Mornin', Harry. How are ya feelin'?" "Like I got cut 100 times by goblin knives." Hagrid winced. "Sorry 'bout that. Ragnar said it had to be done, but I didn't think. I didn't know they'd have to cut ya so much." Harry shrugged, then regretted it as pain shot through both arms. "It's fine. Did they find what they were looking for?" Hagrid set the tray on the bed and sat down heavily on the edge of the mattress, making the whole frame groan. 20 seals broken. 3 to go. Ragnarok says you need to claim the Lordships in person, go to the vaults, touch the artifacts, let the old magic recognize ya. When? Today, if ye up for it. Hagrid's smile faded slightly. Dumbledore wanted to wait. Said ye needed time to rest, to process everything. But the goblins are anxious. The news is already spreadin', the whole magical world knows something happened at Gringotts, even if they don't know the details yet. Ragnarok wants to get ahead of it before the rumors get out of control. Harry reached for a piece of toast. His hands were shaking, from exhaustion, or fear, or something else entirely. What kind of rumors? That Harry Potter is more than just the boy who lived. That he's got power no one expected. That the ancient families are gonna have to answer for what they did. Hagrid's voice dropped. Some of them are already trying to spin it. Sayin' the goblins fabricated the evidence. Sayin' it's a plot to destabilize the ministry. Sayin' you're a puppet being controlled by Dumbledore. A puppet. Harry laughed, a short, bitter sound. I've been locked in a cupboard for 10 years. I didn't even know magic existed until 2 days ago. How could I be a puppet? People believe what they want to believe. Hagrid sighed. Especially people with power to lose. They ate in silence for a while, Harry working his way through the tray with a hunger that surprised him, Hagrid staring at the window with an expression that looked like worry carved into stone. The vaults, Harry said finally. How many are there? 23, technically. 1 for each lordship. But some of them are empty, just titles with no treasure. Others. Hagrid shook his head. Others haven't been opened in centuries. The goblins don't even know what's in them anymore. And I have to open them all. Just the ones with active lordships. The ones that'll give ye seats on the Wisengamot, or the Hogwarts board, or the ICW. Ragnarok says that's, let me remember. Hagrid counted on his fingers. Potter, Black, Peveril, Gryffindor. Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, the Star, the Crown, the Sword, and the Quill. That's 11. The others are either defunct or destroyed or hidden, Harry finished. Hagrid nodded slowly. Hidden. Ragnarok met them in the entrance hall of Gringotts 2 hours later. The goblin looked different in the daylight, older, somehow, though Harry hadn't thought that was possible. The wrinkles on his face seemed deeper, the milky whiteness of his eyes more pronounced. But his posture was straight, his voice firm, and when he looked at Harry, there was something in his expression that might have been anticipation. Are you ready, Lord Potter? Harry glanced down at himself. He was wearing clothes Hagrid had bought from a shop in Diagon Alley, simple black robes over a grey tunic, with soft leather boots that laced up to his knees. They were the first new clothes he'd worn in his entire life. I don't know, he said honestly. But let's do it anyway. Ragnarok nodded. Follow me. They descended through levels of the bank that Harry hadn't seen before, deeper than the Hall of Inheritance, deeper than the ritual chamber, deeper than anywhere he'd gone the night before. The air grew colder with each step. The torches on the walls burned blue instead of orange. And the silence. The silence was heavy. These are the oldest vaults, Ragnarok said as they walked. Carved into the bedrock beneath the bank. Some of them have not been opened since the day they were sealed, 1,000 years ago, or more. The magic within them is unpredictable. Unpredictable how? Vaults are not just storage chambers, Lord Potter. They are tests. The old families, the truly ancient ones, did not simply lock away their treasures. They enchanted their vaults to recognize only worthy heirs. Only those with the right blood, the right magic, the right intent. And if the vault doesn't recognize me? Ragnarok stopped walking. He turned to face Harry, and for a moment, just a moment, the goblin's ancient face showed something that looked almost like fear. Then you will die. Hagrid made a strangled noise. Ragnarok? The boy asked. I answered. Ragnarok's voice was flat. The old magic does not suffer failure, Keeper Hagrid. It does not offer second chances. If Lord Potter approaches a vault that does not accept him, the wards will remove him permanently. Harry's heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his throat. Then we'd better make sure the vaults accept me. Ragnarok's lips twitched. Indeed. The first vault was Potter. It was located on level 97, a designation that meant nothing to Harry but made Hagrid go pale. The door was made of iron, black and scarred, covered in scratches that looked like they'd been made by claws. No handle. No keyhole. Just a smooth, cold surface that seemed to breathe as Harry approached. Place your hand on the door, Ragnarok instructed. The vault will read your blood and determine if you are worthy. Harry stepped forward. His bandaged hands trembled as he raised his right arm. The linen was white against the black iron, stark and clean. He could see his own reflection in the door's surface, a small boy with messy black hair and green eyes and a scar that looked like lightning. Heir of nothing, he thought. That's what they wanted you to believe. He pressed his palm against the iron. The world dissolved. Harry was standing in a room he'd never seen before, a cottage, small and cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and flowers blooming in the window boxes. A woman sat in a rocking chair, her red hair falling in waves around her shoulders. She was humming, a soft, wordless melody that made Harry's chest ache. Mom. The woman looked up. Her eyes were green. His eyes. Harry, she said, and her voice was exactly the way he'd always imagined it, warm and sweet and safe. Oh, my darling. You've grown so much. Harry tried to move, but his feet were rooted to the floor. Is this real? He whispered. Real enough. Lily Potter set down the knitting in her hands, was she knitting, and rose from the chair. She walked toward him slowly, her bare feet silent on the wooden floor. The vault is showing you what you need to see. What you need to remember. I don't remember anything. You died when I was 1. I know. She stopped in front of him, close enough to touch. That's why the vault brought you here. To give you something to hold on to. Something that can't be stolen or sealed or hidden away. She reached out and cupped his face in her hands. Her skin was warm. Real. The Potters have always been protectors, Harry. Not fighters, not conquerors, * protectors star. Your father died protecting you. I died protecting you. And now. She smiled, and there were tears in her eyes. Now you get to protect yourself. How? Harry's voice cracked. I don't know anything. I don't know how to be a lord, or a wizard, or... You know how to survive. Lily's thumbs brushed away tears he hadn't realized he was crying. You've been doing it your whole life. That cupboard, the Dursleys, the hunger and the cold and the loneliness, you survived, Harry. You survived because you're a Potter. Because you have our stubbornness, our courage, our heart. The room began to fade. No, please, I'm not ready. You're ready. Lily pressed her lips to his forehead, right over his scar, and whispered something he couldn't quite hear. You've always been ready. Now wake up, my brave boy. Wake up and claim what's yours. Harry woke up on the floor of the vault corridor. His hand was still pressed against the iron door. And the door was open. The Potter vault was enormous. Harry stood in the entrance, staring at piles of gold that reached the ceiling, at shelves lined with books bound in dragon hide, at glass cases containing artifacts that glowed with their own inner light. The air was warm and dry, smelling of old parchment and something else, something. That reminded him of his mother's phantom touch. The Potter family, Ragnar said from behind him, was never the wealthiest in Britain. But they were careful. They invested wisely, saved diligently, and avoided the kind of ostentatious spending that bankrupted so many old families. Harry walked forward in a daze. His feet crunched on golden coins. Galleons, sickles, nuts, he recognized them from the money Hagrid had shown him yesterday, but there were thousands here. Tens of thousands. Maybe more. Is all this mine? By blood and magic, yes. Ragnar gestured to a pedestal in the center of the vault, where a ring sat on a cushion of black velvet. But the gold is incidental. That is what matters. Harry approached the pedestal. The ring was made of gold, dark gold, almost bronze, with a crest carved into the surface. A lion, rampant, surrounded by stars. Beneath the crest, words were engraved in a script Harry didn't recognize but somehow understood. Asterisk Potter. Always, asterisk. Touch it, Ragnar said. Claim your lordship. Harry reached out. His fingers closed around the ring. The moment the metal touched his skin, he felt something shift inside him. Not painfully, not like the seals breaking, but gently, like a door opening in a room he'd forgotten he had. Warmth flooded through his chest, spreading to his limbs, his fingers, his magic. The ring glowed. The crest flared with light. And then the ring resized itself, shrinking to fit his finger perfectly, snug against his skin, warm as a heartbeat. Lordship claimed, House of Potter. Seat on the Wizengamot, activated. Air recognition, confirmed. The words appeared in the air before him, written in fire, just like the tablet in the Hall of Inheritance. Harry watched them burn for a moment, then fade. That's it, he said. That's all. Ragnar shook his head. That's the first of 23, Lord Potter. The others will be more demanding. He was right. The Black Vault was on level 99, deeper, darker, colder than the Potter Vault. The door was made of silver, not iron, and when Harry touched it, he didn't see his mother. He saw a man. He was tall, very tall, with black hair that fell past his shoulders and gray eyes that glittered like frozen mercury. His face was handsome in a sharp, dangerous way, and when he smiled, it didn't reach his eyes. Harry Potter, the man said. Or should I say, Lord Potter? The goblins have been busy, I see. Who are you? Sirius Black. Your godfather. The man's smile widened. At least, I was your godfather. Before they framed me for murder and threw me in Azkaban without a trial. Harry's blood went cold. You're alive. Barely. Sirius's image flickered, like a candle in the wind. The vault is showing you this memory because the Black Lordship requires clarity. It needs to know that you understand what you're claiming. Understanding what? The Black family is cursed, Harry. Not metaphorically, asterisk literally star. Every Black who's ever claimed the Lordship has died violently. Murder, suicide, madness. The vault wants to know if you're willing to take that risk. Harry looked at the ring on his finger, the Potter ring, warm and steady. Would it help if I said yes? Sirius laughed, a harsh, broken sound. It would help if you meant it. I'm 11 years old. I've spent my whole life locked in a cupboard, being told I'm worthless. I've just found out that I'm heir to 23 magical houses, and that someone tried to steal my inheritance before I was old enough to walk. Harry stepped forward. I don't know if I'm brave enough to claim the Black Lordship. But I know I'm not going to let fear stop me from trying. Sirius studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, slowly, almost sadly, and the vision faded. Harry woke up on the floor again. The silver door was open. And the black ring was on his finger, cold as winter, dark as night. Lordship claimed, House of Black. Seat on the Wizengamot, activated. Seat on the ICW, activated. Air recognition, confirmed. The Peveril Vault was not on any numbered level. Ragnarok led Harry and Hagrid through corridors that seemed to fold in on themselves, through doorways that appeared and disappeared at random, through spaces where the walls were made of bone and the floors were made of shadow. The air grew thin and cold, and the torches burned with flames that were white instead of blue. The Peveril Vault is the oldest, Ragnarok said. It predates Gringotts itself. The goblins did not build it, we simply incorporated it into our bank when we expanded. Who built it? The Peveril brothers. The ones who created the Deathly Hallows. Ragnarok stopped before a door that looked like it was made of nothing, a shimmer in the air, a distortion, a place where the world seemed to end. This vault does not test your blood, Lord Potter. It tests your soul. Harry swallowed. What happens if I fail? Ragnarok didn't answer. He didn't have to. Harry stepped through the door. He fell. Not physically, not through space, but through time. He saw himself as a baby, crying in a crib while a green light filled the room. He saw himself at 5, locked in the cupboard, listening to Dudley laugh. He saw himself at 8, standing in front of a mirror, wondering why his eyes were the only thing about him that mattered. He saw his mother die. He saw his father fall. He saw 100,000 moments of pain and fear and loneliness, all of it leading to now, to this, to a boy standing in front of a door that wanted to know if he was worthy. "What do you want?" a voice asked. It was everywhere and nowhere, in his head, in his heart, in the space between his bones. "To not be nothing," Harry whispered. "You were never nothing. To belong somewhere. You have always belonged to magic." "To," Harry's voice broke. "To make them pay. Everyone who hurt me. Everyone who sealed my lordships. Everyone who wanted me weak." Silence. Then, warmth. A cloak appeared in front of him, not the invisibility cloak he'd heard about, but something else. Something older. It shimmered with light that wasn't light, with color that wasn't color, and when Harry reached out to touch it, it melted into his skin. Lordship claimed, House of Peveril. Seat on none, defunct. Air recognition, confirmed. Deathly Hallow detected, Cloak of Invisibility, Third Hallow. Deathly Hallow detected, Resurrection Stone, Second Hallow, location unknown. Deathly Hallow detected, Elder Wand, First Hallow, location unknown. Harry stumbled back through the door. He was crying. He didn't know when he'd started. "Harry?" Hagrid's voice was distant, worried. "Harry, are ya all right?" Harry looked down at his hands. 2 rings. One warm, one cold. And beneath his skin, something else. Something that felt like a cloak, folded into his very bones. "I claimed it," he said. "The Peveril Lordship. It gave me something." Ragnarok's eyes went wide, wider than Harry had ever seen them. "The cloak," the goblin breathed. "The true cloak. Not the replica that's been passed down through the Potter line, but the original. The one created by death itself. It's inside me." "Yes." Ragnarok's voice was reverent. "The Peveril Vault doesn't just store artifacts, Lord Potter. It merges them with the air. You are now the cloak. The cloak is you." Harry touched his chest. He could feel it there, waiting, patient, ready to be used. 2 more vaults today, Ragnarok said. Gryffindor and Slytherin. The others will have to wait. Your body needs time to integrate. Harry nodded. He was tired, bone tired, soul tired, but he wasn't finished. Not yet. Not even close. The Gryffindor vault was hidden behind a tapestry of a lion. The Slytherin vault was hidden behind a tapestry of a serpent. Both tested him. Both changed him. The Gryffindor vault gave him a sword, not the famous goblin-made blade, but something older, something that existed only in his will. Harry felt it take root in his courage, in his stubbornness, in the part of him that had refused to break no matter how many times the Dursleys had tried. Asterisk Gryffindor Lordship claimed. Seat on Hogwarts board, activated. Seat on Wisengamot, activated, asterisk. The Slytherin vault gave him something else, a cunning, a sharpness, a ruthlessness that made him uncomfortable. He felt it slither into his mind like a serpent, whispering possibilities, showing him paths he'd never considered. Asterisk Slytherin Lordship claimed. Seat on Hogwarts board, activated. Seat on Wisengamot, activated, asterisk. When Harry emerged from the last vault, he was wearing 4 rings. Potter. Black. Gryffindor. Slytherin. The Peveril Lordship had given him no ring, just the cloak, folded into his soul. Hagrid was crying again. Ragnarok was smiling. And Dumbledore, who had appeared at some point during the last hour, was standing in the shadows, watching Harry with an expression that looked almost like grief. "Well done, Harry," the headmaster said quietly. "Well done indeed." Harry looked at him. At the man who had hidden the truth. At the man who had left him with the Dursleys. At the man who had known, who had always known, what Harry was meant to become. "Don't," Harry said. "Don't pretend you're proud of me. You didn't want this. You wanted me small and weak and manageable." Dumbledore flinched. "I wanted you alive. Then we want different things." Harry turned away from him and walked toward the entrance of the vaults, toward the light, toward the world that was about to learn his name. Behind him, the torches flickered. The old magic stirred. And in the streets of Diagon Alley, the first newspapers carrying the story of Harry Potter's inheritance began to circulate. "The boy who lived is now the lord who rules, asterisk asterisk. 23 lordships claimed at Gringotts. Ancient houses awaken after 1,000 years, asterisk asterisk. The wizarding world would never be the same." End of Chapter 5. ## Chapter 6, Hogwarts Hears the Truth. The Great Hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had never been truly silent. Even at midnight, even when the fires burned low and the enchanted ceiling showed nothing but stars, there was always sound, the whisper of ghosts passing through walls, the soft breathing of hundreds of sleeping students in the towers above, the ancient hum of magic that had soaked into every stone over 1,000 years. But on the morning of September 1st, the Great Hall was loud. Breakfast had begun an hour ago, and the 4 long house tables were packed with students of all ages, their voices rising and falling in the familiar rhythm of a new school year. First years clutched their wands nervously, still wearing their new robes like they weren't quite sure how to sit in them. Older students laughed and swapped stories of summer holidays. Teachers patrolled the aisles, pouring pumpkin juice and reminding everyone to save room for the feast that night. Everything was normal. Everything was ordinary. And then the owls came. It started with a single bird, a scruffy brown barn owl that landed in front of a 7th-year Ravenclaw and dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet into her porridge. She fished it out, annoyed, glanced at the front page. And screamed. Not a small scream. Not a startled yelp. A scream, the kind that cuts through noise like a knife, that makes every head turn, that freezes conversation mid-sentence. "What is it?" someone shouted. The girl didn't answer. She was staring at the newspaper with wide, horrified eyes, her hands trembling so badly that the pages shook. More owls were arriving now, dozens of them, hundreds, filling the great hall with wings and feathers and papers. The Daily Prophet. The Quibbler. Witch Weekly. The London Magical Times. Every publication in Britain seemed to have sent an owl to Hogwarts that morning, and every single one had the same headline. Gringotts exposes centuries of inheritance fraud. Harry Potter claims 23 ancient lordships. The boy who lived. The lord who rules ***. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy dropped his fork. It hit his plate with a loud clang, but he didn't notice. He was staring at the newspaper his father's eagle owl had delivered, the paper that his father had personally sent, with a note attached in Lucius Malfoy's elegant, furious handwriting. Draco. Asterisk, stay away from Potter. This changes everything, asterisk. Father. Everything? Draco whispered to himself. What does that mean, everything? He grabbed the newspaper and read. By Rita Skeeter, senior reporter. In an unprecedented development that threatens to reshape the political landscape of magical Britain, Gringotts Wizarding Bank has confirmed that Harry Potter, the 11-year-old orphan known to the world as the boy who lived, is the true heir to no fewer than 23 ancient magical houses. Asterisk, the discovery occurred during a routine inheritance verification ahead of Mr. Potter's expected attendance at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. According to sources inside the bank, the Bowl of Provenance, an ancient artifact used to confirm bloodline claims, reacted with unexpected violence when presented with Mr. Potter's blood, revealing inheritance seals that had been illegally placed on the boy as an infant, asterisk. Asterisk, this is the biggest inheritance fraud in centuries, said Ragnarok, Blood Warden of Gringotts, in an exclusive interview. Someone went to great lengths to ensure that Harry Potter would never claim what was rightfully his. The seals on his lordships are forbidden blood magic, the kind that hasn't been used since the Dark Ages. Gringotts is committed to identifying everyone involved in this conspiracy. Asterisk. Asterisk, the lordships in question include some of the most prestigious names in wizarding history. Potter, Black, Peverell, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, among others. Several of these houses were believed to be extinct. Several more have seats on the Wizengamot, the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and the International Confederation of Wizards, asterisk. Asterisk, Harry Potter now holds more political power than any child his age in recorded history, admitted Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, when reached for comment. We are still reviewing the legal implications of this discovery. Asterisk. Asterisk, legal implications aside, the social implications are already being felt. Several pureblood families with seats on the Wizengamot, including the Malfoys, the Greengrasses, and the Knotts, have been implicated in the conspiracy to seal Mr. Potter's inheritances. All have denied wrongdoing, asterisk. Asterisk, ridiculous, said Lucius Malfoy, speaking from his Wiltshire estate. The Malfoy family has nothing to hide. This is clearly a ploy by Dumbledore to consolidate power at the Ministry's expense. Asterisk. Asterisk, but the goblins disagree. And they have the evidence to prove it, asterisk. More on this story as it develops. Draco read the article 3 times. Then he looked across the great hall to the Gryffindor table, where Harry Potter was supposed to be sitting. Except Harry Potter wasn't there. The Gryffindor table was full of red and gold robes, chattering students, clinking cutlery, but no messy black hair, no round glasses, no lightning-shaped scar. He hasn't arrived yet, Draco realized. He doesn't know. He looked back at the newspaper. At the list of lordships. At the names that made his blood boil. Asterisk, Gryffindor. Slytherin, asterisk. Harry Potter, the boy his father had always dismissed as a half-blood charity case, was the heir to Slytherin. The founder of Draco's own house. The most powerful bloodline in magical history. And Draco? Draco was just a Malfoy. His fist clenched around the paper. At the Ravenclaw table, Hermione Granger was devouring every word. She'd arrived at Hogwarts the night before, a bushy-haired muggleborn with too many books and no idea that her entire world was about to be turned upside down. She'd spent the morning reading her textbooks cover to cover, memorizing the history of the school, the names of the founders, the proper way to brew a forgetfulness potion. Then the owls came. And suddenly everything she'd read seemed incomplete. 23 lordships, she muttered to herself, tracing the list with her finger. That's not possible. The bloodline dilution alone would. Excuse me. Hermione looked up. A girl with dark skin and braided hair was standing across from her, holding her own copy of the Prophet. Sorry, the girl said. I couldn't help overhearing. You're Hermione Granger, right? The Muggleborn? Yes. I'm Blaise Zabini. The girl sat down across from her without waiting for an invitation. My mother's been dealing with inheritance law for years. She says the only way someone could inherit that many lordships is if their family tree has been deliberately cultivated for centuries. Like magical eugenics. Hermione frowned. Eugenics is a Muggle concept. It's also deeply unethical. Wizards don't care about ethics. Blaise's voice was flat. They care about blood. Pure blood. Old blood. Powerful blood. She tapped the newspaper. And Harry Potter apparently has the most powerful blood of anyone alive. But he's a half-blood. His mother was Muggleborn. His mother was a Muggleborn who carried the blood of the Black family. And the Peverils. And God knows who else. Blaise shook her head. The goblins are saying the seals on his lordships were placed when he was a baby. Someone knew what he was, what he could become, and they tried to stop it. Hermione looked at the newspaper again. At the name Harry Potter. At the word Slytherin. I need to find out more about inheritance laws, she said. And blood magic. And the history of the ancient families. Blaise raised an eyebrow. Good luck. Half of that information is restricted. The other half is probably in the restricted section. Then I'll find a way in. Something flickered across Blaise's face, respect, maybe, or warning. You're braver than you look, Granger. I'm not brave. Hermione closed her newspaper. I'm curious. And I don't like not knowing things. At the Hufflepuff table, a boy with blonde dreadlocks and a dreamy expression was reading the Quibbler. His name was Xenophilius Lovegood, but everyone called him Zeno, because his actual name was apparently too much of a mouthful for people who couldn't appreciate its lyrical beauty. He was a third year, and he was used to being ignored. But today, people were looking at him. Because the Quibbler's headline wasn't about Harry Potter. It was about the death of democracy. The crown of magical Britain awakens. Is Harry Potter the unifying heir? €1,000 LD prophecy finally fulfilled. Zeno read the article with growing excitement. His father had been writing about the unifying heir for years, decades, even, and everyone had laughed. Called him a conspiracy theorist. Said the crown of magical Britain was a fairy tale, a myth, a story that parents told their children at bedtime. But here it was. In print. In the Quibbler, yes, but also in the Daily Prophet and every other newspaper in Britain. The crown is real. The heir is coming. And his name is Harry Potter. Zeno. He looked up. A girl from his house was waving a copy of the Prophet at him, her face flushed. It says here that Harry Potter might be able to claim the crown. The actual crown. Do you know what that means? Zeno smiled his dreamy smile. It means, he said, that magical Britain is about to have a king. The sorting ceremony was delayed by 2 hours. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the great hall, her tartan robes billowing, her face set in an expression that dared anyone to complain. The enchanted ceiling above her showed a sky full of storm clouds, appropriate, given the mood in the room. Due to circumstances beyond our control, she announced, the arrival of our first-year students has been delayed. We ask for your patience. Circumstances beyond our control, Draco muttered. That's one way to put it. The Slytherins around him murmured agreement. All morning, the house tables had been buzzing with rumors, about Harry Potter, about the Lordships, about what it all meant for the balance of power at Hogwarts. The Gryffindors are insufferable, Pansy Parkinson said, glaring at the red and gold table across the hall. They've been crowing about Potter all morning like they're the ones who inherited 23 houses. They're just jealous, Draco said. Potter's a half-blood. He shouldn't be allowed to claim anything. But the goblins said. The goblins are greedy creatures who would sell their own grandmothers for a few extra galleons. Draco's voice was sharp. They're probably lying. Fabricating evidence. Trying to destabilize the ministry so they can negotiate better treaties. Pansy looked unconvinced, but she didn't argue. No one argued with Draco Malfoy. Not anymore. The doors of the Great Hall opened at exactly noon. Harry Potter walked in. The entire hall went silent. Draco had expected, he wasn't sure what. A spectacle, maybe. Trumpets. Fireworks. Something dramatic enough to match the headlines. Instead, Harry Potter just walked. He was small, smaller than Draco had expected, smaller than the legends made him seem. His black hair was messy, sticking up in the back like he'd just rolled out of bed. His glasses were round and slightly crooked. His robes were plain, second-hand, by the look of them, and his hands were wrapped in linen bandages that peeked out from his sleeves. But his eyes. His eyes were the color of green fire. And he was wearing rings. Draco counted them as Harry walked down the center aisle. 4 rings, one on each finger of his left hand, gleaming in the torchlight. Gold and silver and something that looked like bone, carved with symbols that made Draco's head ache when he looked at them too long. Lordship rings, Draco realized. He's already claimed 4 of them. The whispers started as Harry passed each table. Asterisk, that's him. That's Harry Potter, asterisk. Look at his scar. Look at his rings. The Daily Prophet said he's the heir to Gryffindor and Slytherin. How is that possible? My father says it's a conspiracy. My mother says the Malfoys are behind it. My aunt says the goblins are lying. My uncle says the ministry is covering something up. Harry ignored them all. He walked with his head high, his shoulders straight, his green eyes fixed on the front of the hall where the Sorting Hat sat on its stool. He looked like he belonged here, like he'd been walking through this hall for years, not like he was seeing it for the first time. Draco hated him. Not because of the Lordships. Not because of the rings. Not because of the headlines. Because Harry Potter, the orphan, the half-blood, the charity case, looked more like a lord than Draco ever had. The Sorting Hat barely touched Harry's head before it screamed, Gryffindor. The red and gold table erupted. Cheers. Whistles. Students standing on benches, pounding the tables, chanting Harry's name. The ghosts joined in, nearly headless Nick waving his partially attached head, the fat friar spinning in circles, the grey lady watching with quiet, knowing eyes. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He just sat, with his hands folded on the table in front of him, his 4 lordship rings catching the light. Draco watched him through narrowed eyes. This isn't over, he thought. This is just beginning. The feast that night was unlike any Hogwarts had seen in living memory. The food was the same, roast chicken and buttered potatoes and treacle tart and pumpkin juice, but the atmosphere was electric. Students couldn't stop talking about Harry. About the Lordships. About what it meant for the future. At the staff table, the teachers watched the chaos with varying degrees of concern. Professor Snape, greasy-haired, hook-nosed, dressed entirely in black, stared at Harry with an expression that was impossible to read. His dark eyes never left the boy's face, tracking his every movement, his every word. I thought you said the boy was mediocre, Professor Quirrell murmured from across the table. Snape didn't answer. Professor McGonagall was trying to restore order, but her voice was drowned out by the noise. Professor Flitwick had given up entirely and was simply watching the students with something that looked like wonder. Professor Sprout kept glancing at Harry, then at the Slytherin table, then back at Harry. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore sat at the center of the table, his silver beard pooling on his chest, his half-moon spectacles glinting in the candlelight. He was smiling. The same calm, benign smile he always wore. But his eyes were not calm. His eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that made something twist in Draco's gut. Dumbledore knew, Draco thought. He knew about the Lordships. He knew about the seals. And he let Harry live with Muggles anyway, Why? What was he trying to protect? Or what was he trying to control? After the feast, the prefects led the first years to the Gryffindor common room. Harry walked with them, quiet, watchful, his bandaged hands hidden in his robes. The other first years gave him space, whispering behind their hands, stealing glances when they thought he wasn't looking. He saw all of them. He just didn't care. The common room was warm and cozy, with overstuffed armchairs and a roaring fire and a portrait of a fat lady who demanded passwords. Harry found a chair in the corner and sat down, closing his eyes, letting the noise wash over him. Hey! He opened his eyes. A boy stood in front of him, red hair, freckles, a hand-me-down robe that looked even more worn than Harry's. He was holding out his hand. Ron Weasley, the boy said. I'm a first year too. My brothers told me all about you. Harry shook his hand. What did they tell you? Ron grinned. That you're either the luckiest kid in the world or the most cursed. Both, Harry said. Definitely both. Ron laughed, a loud, genuine sound that cut through the tension in the room. He sat down in the chair next to Harry, stretching his long legs toward the fire. My mum's been writing about you all summer, Ron said. She says the ministry's corrupt and the goblins are the only ones telling the truth and Dumbledore should have done something years ago. He shrugged. She's got strong opinions. She sounds smart. She sounds loud. Ron grinned again. But yeah. She's right about this. Someone should have helped you. Harry looked at Ron. At his open face, his honest eyes, his complete lack of fear. Maybe, Harry thought, not everyone wants to control me. Maybe some people just want to be friends. I'm glad you're here, Harry said. Ron blinked. Yeah. Yeah. They sat in silence for a while, watching the fire, listening to the other first years chatter about classes and houses and what they wanted to be when they grew up. And somewhere in the distance, in the Slytherin dungeons, in the Ravenclaw tower, in the Hufflepuff basement, students were still reading the newspapers. Still whispering about lordships and bloodlines and the boy who had claimed 23 ancient houses. The wizarding world was watching Harry Potter. And Harry Potter was watching back. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, The Wizengamot erupts. The owl arrived at Hogwarts at 3 in the morning. Harry was not sleeping. He hadn't slept properly since Gringotts, since the seals broke and the rings claimed him and the cloak folded itself into his bones. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw faces. His mother's. Sirius Black's. The nameless, shadowed figures from the Wizengamot who had signed away his birthright before he could walk. So when the tap came at the dormitory window, soft, persistent, almost polite, Harry was already awake. He crossed to the window and opened it. A small gray owl hopped inside, shaking rain from its feathers. Attached to its leg was a scroll sealed with gold wax, the Gringotts crest, a diamond surrounded by ancient runes. Harry broke the seal and read. Lord Potter. The Wizengamot has called an emergency session. They will attempt to deny your lordships, suppress the evidence, or discredit the goblins before the full body convenes at noon. You must be present, I will send an escort at dawn. Ragnarok, Blood Warden. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it carefully and tucked it into his pajama pocket. The other boys in the dormitory were still asleep, Ron snoring softly, Neville mumbling in his dreams, Seamus and Dean wrapped in blankets like cocoons. They looked peaceful. Innocent. Untouched by the storm that was about to break. Harry envied them. But he didn't want to be them. He wanted to be ready. Dawn came slowly, grey and cold. Harry dressed in the new robes Hagrid had bought him, plain black, nothing special, but clean and warm in his. He slipped the 4 lordship rings onto his fingers and felt the familiar pulse of magic, Potter's warmth, Black's chill, Gryffindor's fire, Slytherin's whisper. Then he walked down to the entrance hall and waited. The escort arrived at 6. Not goblins, *or star. 3 of them, wearing scarlet robes and silver masks that hid their faces. Their leader was a woman with short grey hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from granite. "Harry Potter?" she asked. "Yes. I'm Auror Proudfoot. We're here to take you to the Ministry. The Wizengamot requires your testimony." "My testimony or my presence?" The woman's eyes flickered. "Both." Harry nodded and followed them out of the castle. The Ministry of Magic was not what Harry had expected. He'd imagined something grand, marble floors and golden statues and ceilings that stretched toward the sky. Instead, the Ministry was bureaucratic. Endless corridors of polished wood, lifts that clanked and shuddered, atriums filled with witches and wizards hurrying to and fro with armloads of parchment. The Aurors led him through a fireplace in the entrance hall, flue powder, green flames, the sickening spin of magical travel, and into a waiting room outside the Wizengamot chambers. The room was full of people. Old people, mostly. Witches and wizards in formal robes, wearing crests and rings and expressions of barely concealed fury. They turned to stare when Harry entered, their eyes moving from his scar to his rings to his face. "So," one of them said, a man with grey hair and a goatee and the coldest blue eyes Harry had ever seen. "The boy arrives." "Lord Potter," Auror Proudfoot corrected. "His titles have been verified by Gringotts. The goblins can verify whatever they like." The man's lip curled. "That doesn't make it true." "Lord Greengrass." Another voice, female, sharp, commanding. A woman stepped forward, tall and dark-haired, wearing the purple robes of the Wizengamot. "I would advise you to watch your tongue. The boy has done nothing to earn your hostility. He has done nothing to earn anything. His blood earned it for him." The woman turned to Harry. Her face was stern but not unkind, strong cheekbones, dark eyes, a jaw that suggested she had never backed down from a fight in her life. "I'm Amelia Bones," she said. "Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I'll be presiding over today's session." Harry nodded. "What's going to happen?" "The Wizengamot will present evidence. The goblins will present counter-evidence. Then the body will vote on whether to recognize your lordships, or whether to maintain the seals that have kept them hidden." She paused. "It will not be a fair fight. Many of the people in this room have spent years, decades, building their power on the assumption that you would never claim what was yours. They will not give it up easily. They can't take the lordships away. The magic already recognized me. Magic does not care about politics." Amelia's voice was quiet. "But the Wizengamot does. And the Wizengamot has the power to declare your inheritance invalid, to claim that the bowl of provenance was tampered with, that the goblins fabricated the evidence, that you are not who you say you are. They'd be lying." "Yes." Amelia's eyes met his. "But lies are powerful when enough people want to believe them." The Wizengamot chamber was a vast amphitheater, tiered with benches that rose toward a domed ceiling painted with scenes of magical history. At the center of the floor, a golden chair stood empty, the minister's seat. Surrounding it were hundreds of chairs, each one occupied by a witch or wizard in formal robes. Harry was led to a small platform facing the chairs. A single wooden chair sat on the platform, plain and unadorned. "Sit," Auror Proudfoot said. And don't speak unless you're spoken to. Harry sat. The chamber buzzed with whispers. He felt eyes on him from every direction, curious, hostile, calculating. Some of the witches and wizards looked familiar from the waiting room. Others were strangers, their faces hidden in shadow. Amelia Bones took her place at a podium near the golden chair. "This emergency session of the Wizengamot will come to order," she announced. "We are here to address the claims made by Gringotts Wizarding Bank regarding the inheritance of one Harry James Potter. Claims that have not been independently verified," a voice interrupted. Harry recognized it. Lucius Malfoy rose from his seat near the front of the chamber, his long blonde hair falling across his shoulders. His silver-handled cane resting against his chair. His gray eyes were cold as winter. "The goblins have a long history of manipulating wizarding law for their own benefit," Lucius continued. "Why should we believe them now?" "Because we have evidence." Ragnarok emerged from a door at the side of the chamber. He was dressed in formal robes, black and gold, embroidered with the crest of Gringotts, and he moved with a confidence that made the wizards around him shift uncomfortably. "The Bowl of Provenance does not lie," Ragnarok said, taking his place opposite Amelia's podium. "The blood seals on Lord Potter's inheritance are real. The signatures of those who cast them are preserved in our records. And we are prepared to share those records with the Wizengamot, provided that those implicated are willing to face the consequences." "Implicated?" Lucius's voice was silk wrapped around steel. "Are you accusing someone in this chamber of wrongdoing?" "I am not accusing." Ragnarok's milky eyes swept across the assembled witches and wizards. "I am stating. The blood magic used to seal Lord Potter's lordships was cast by 11 different wizards, using 11 different wands. Gringotts has identified 9 of those wands. The remaining 2 are distinctive. Their owners will be known to this body." The chamber erupted. Voices rose, shouting, arguing, demanding to see the evidence. Amelia Bones banged her gavel until the sound echoed off the domed ceiling. "Order. I will have order." The noise faded slowly. "Ragnarok of Gringotts," Amelia said, "present your evidence." The next 3 hours were the longest of Harry's life. Ragnarok presented everything: the Bowl of Provenance's readings, the blood seal signatures, the magical traces that led back to specific wands. He called witnesses, goblin historians, cursebreakers, experts in ancient magic. He showed the Wizengamot images of the seals Harry had broken, the names that had appeared on the floor of the Hall of Inheritance. The 23 lordships that had been hidden for 11 years. And throughout it all, Harry sat on his wooden chair and watched. He watched the faces of the witches and wizards as the evidence mounted. Some grew pale. Some grew angry. Some sat perfectly still, their expressions blank, giving nothing away. He watched Lucius Malfoy's hands tighten on his cane until his knuckles went white. He watched Lord Greengrass whisper frantically to the witch beside him. He watched a man in the back row, thin, with a face like a weasel, sweat through his formal robes. And he watched Dumbledore. The headmaster sat near the front of the chamber, his silver beard gleaming in the enchanted light. His face was calm, serene, even, but Harry saw the way his eyes moved, tracking every speaker, every reaction, every shift in the room's mood. He's hunting, Harry realized. He's watching to see who panics. Because the people who panic are the people who are guilty. At noon, Amelia Bones called for a recess. The chamber emptied slowly, witches and wizards streaming toward the doors, their voices rising in heated debate. Harry remained on his platform, unsure if he was allowed to move. Lord Potter. He looked up. Lucius Malfoy stood before him, his grey eyes fixed on Harry's face with an intensity that made Harry's scar prickle. "Lord Malfoy," Harry said. The title seemed to surprise Lucius, or maybe it was the calm way Harry said it, like he'd been addressing nobles his whole life. "You have caused quite a stir," Lucius said. "I hope you understand what you've started." "I didn't start anything. I just showed up." Did you? Lucius leaned closer. Or did Dumbledore send you? The goblins? Someone else who wants to destabilize the ministry and seize power for themselves. Harry met his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do. Lucius's voice dropped to a whisper. I think you know exactly what you're doing. I think you've been trained, coached, prepared for this moment by people who want to use you as a weapon. And I think, Harry said quietly, that you're afraid of me. Because if my lordships are real, if the goblin's evidence is true, then I outrank every pureblood in this room. Including you. Lucius's face went white. You are a child, he hissed. A half-blood orphan who spent 11 years living with muggles. You have no idea what it means to hold power. No idea what it costs. Then teach me. The words hung in the air between them, challenge and invitation all at once. Lucius stared at Harry for a long moment. Then he turned and walked away, his silver-handled cane clicking against the stone floor. Harry watched him go. His hands were shaking. But his rings were warm. The afternoon session was worse. The Wizengamot called witnesses to discredit the goblins. They brought in ministry experts who claimed the Bowl of Provenance was unreliable. They produced documents suggesting that Harry's blood had been tampered with before the verification, that someone had added lordship claims to his lineage to create a scandal. It was lies. Harry knew they were lies. But the members of the Wizengamot didn't know. They sat in their tiered seats, listening to both sides, trying to decide who to believe. And then Dumbledore stood up. Chief, he said, addressing Amelia Bones, I request permission to address the body. Granted. Dumbledore walked to the center of the chamber. He looked old, older than Harry had ever seen him, but his voice was steady. I have watched Harry Potter since the day he was born, Dumbledore said. I have watched him grow, and suffer, and survive. I have watched him face darkness that would have broken stronger wizards. And I have watched as the evidence of his inheritance was presented to this body. He turned to face the assembled witches and wizards. The goblins are not lying. The Bowl of Provenance is not unreliable. And Harry Potter is exactly who the magic says he is, the heir to 23 ancient houses, whose lordships were sealed through illegal blood magic when he was an infant. The chamber buzzed. Then why didn't you stop it? Someone shouted. You were the chief warlock. You could have. I could have done many things. Dumbledore's voice was sad. I could have claimed Harry's lordships on his behalf. I could have raised him in the magical world, surrounded by tutors and politicos who would have shaped him into their perfect figurehead. I could have used him, the way so many of you want to use him now. He paused. Instead, I let him be a child. I let him grow up away from the politics and the scheming and the hunger that consumes everyone who sits in this chamber. I gave him something that none of you have had in decades. What? Lucius Malfoy's voice was sharp. Innocence. The word fell into the silence like a stone. Harry stared at Dumbledore. Innocence. The old man thought he'd given Harry innocence. Locked in a cupboard, starved and beaten and told he was worthless, that was innocence. Something cold settled in Harry's chest. Dumbledore didn't know him. Didn't understand him. Had never tried to understand him. I'm not innocent, Harry said. Every head in the chamber turned. I'm not innocent, Harry repeated, louder this time. He stood up from his wooden chair, his rings flashing in the light. I spent 10 years sleeping in a cupboard. I spent 10 years being told my parents died in a car crash because they were drunks. I spent 10 years hating myself for being different, for being magic, for being alive. He looked at Dumbledore. You didn't protect me. You abandoned me. And now you want to stand here and pretend you did it out of kindness. Dumbledore's face went gray. Harry. Don't. Harry's voice was cold. Don't pretend you care. You care about the greater good. You care about the balance of power. You care about keeping the wizarding world from tearing itself apart. He touched his rings. But you don't care about me. You never have. The chamber was silent. Amelia Bones cleared her throat. Lord Potter, she said carefully, the Wizengamot has not yet reached a decision regarding your lordships. We will reconvene tomorrow morning to vote. Until then. I don't care what you decide. Harry turned to face the assembled witches and wizards. The goblins have already recognized my lordships. The magic has already claimed me. You can vote however you want, seal my inheritance again, declare me unfit, throw me back to the Dursleys, but it won't change the truth. He raised his left hand. The 4 rings caught the light. I am the heir to the House of Potter. The House of Black. The House of Peveril. The House of Gryffindor. The House of Slytherin. And 18 other houses that were stolen from me before I could walk. He lowered his hand. You can accept that or fight it. But I'm done asking for permission to be who I am. Harry walked off the platform. He walked past Dumbledore, who stood frozen in the center of the chamber. Past Lucius Malfoy, whose grey eyes burned with fury. Past the rows of witches and wizards who stared at him like they'd never seen anything like him before. He walked to the doors of the Wizengamot chamber. And he walked out. The corridor outside was empty. Harry leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. His heart was pounding. His hands were shaking. His scar was burning with a fire that felt like triumph. He had just faced the Wizengamot, the most powerful political body in magical Britain, and he had won. Not the vote. The vote hadn't happened yet. But something more important. He had stopped being their victim. He had started being their equal. Lord Potter. Harry opened his eyes. Ragnarok stood before him, his ancient face creased with something that looked like approval. Well done, the goblin said. The Wizengamot has not been challenged like that in living memory. They deserved it. Perhaps. Ragnarok gestured down the corridor. Come. There is something you need to see before the vote tomorrow. Something that may determine whether your lordships stand or fall. Harry followed. Behind him, the doors of the Wizengamot chamber burst open. Voices spilled out, angry, confused, frightened. But Harry didn't look back. He was done looking back. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, The Heir of 3 Legends. Ragnarok led Harry through corridors that did not appear on any ministry map. They descended staircases that spiraled into darkness, passed through doorways that shimmered like heat haze, walked across floors that felt like walking on clouds. The air grew thick and old, heavy with magic that predated the ministry itself, that predated Britain itself, if Harry had to guess. Where are we going? He asked. The oldest part of the ministry, Ragnarok said. The foundations. The place where the first Wizengamot met, before there were chambers or podiums or politicians in purple robes. The first Wizengamot? Merlin's Wizengamot. Ragnarok's voice was reverent. The council that united the magical clans of Britain under a single banner. The council that created the laws that still govern us today, though most wizards have forgotten where those laws came from. Harry touched his rings. What does that have to do with me? Ragnarok stopped before a door made of what looked like petrified wood, ancient, blackened, carved with images of wizards and goblins and creatures Harry didn't recognize. Everything, the goblin said. Because Merlin's Wizengamot was the first to recognize the concept of a unifying heir. The first to create the crown of magical Britain. The first to prophesy that one day, a wizard would be born who carried the blood of all the founders, who could unite the houses that had been scattered by war and time and betrayal. He pushed open the door. This is where they recorded that prophecy. And this is where. You will read it for yourself. The room beyond the door was round and small, barely large enough for the pedestal that dominated its center. On the pedestal rested a book, not large or ornate, but old. The leather binding had cracked and flaked away in places, revealing pages that looked more like dried leaves than paper. The prophecy of the unifying heir, Ragnarok said. Written down by Merlin's own scribe, transcribed from the words of a seer who died moments after speaking them. Harry approached the pedestal. The book hummed as he drew near, a low, resonant sound that vibrated through his bones. Just like the bowl of provenance. Just like the vault doors. Can I touch it? The book will allow it if you are meant to read it. If you are not. Ragnarok shrugged. You will know. Harry reached out. His fingers brushed the cover. The book opened. Pages flipped on their own, faster than Harry could track, until they stopped at a page near the middle. The ink was faded, the handwriting spidery and difficult to read, but as Harry watched, the words began to glow. Shifting. Rearranging themselves into letters he could understand. When the blood of the four unites in one. When the heir of three legends comes. When the boy who lived becomes the lord who rules. The crown shall wake, and the old magic returns. 3 hallows shall call his name. 3 deaths shall mark his path. 3 choices shall decide the fate of all. Harry read the prophecy 3 times. Then he read it again. I don't understand, he said. Heir of 3 legends. What 3 legends? Ragnarok's milky eyes gleamed. The Peveril brothers, who created the Deathly Hallows. The founders of Hogwarts, who built the greatest school of magic the world has ever known. And the line of Merlin himself, the most powerful wizard who ever lived. Harry's blood went cold. I'm descended from Merlin. The goblins have suspected it for centuries, Ragnarok said. The Potter bloodline carries traces of magic that appear nowhere else, magic that predates the founders, magic that matches the descriptions in Merlin's own journals. But the bowl of provenance could not confirm the connection. The blood is too old. Too diluted. But the prophecy says. The prophecy says the heir of 3 legends will come. Not that the bloodline will be pure, or direct, or uncontested. Heir can mean many things. Heir by blood. Heir by magic. Heir by choice. Harry stared at the glowing words. 3 hallows shall call his name. He already had the cloak. It was folded into his bones, waiting to be used. But the other 2 hallows, the stone and the wand, were still lost. Still hidden. Still waiting for someone to find them. 3 deaths shall mark his path. His parents. Sirius Black, maybe, if Sirius was really dead, if the vision in the Black Vault had been truth or trick. And a 3rd death. Someone else. Someone Harry hadn't lost yet. 3 choices shall decide the fate of all. What choices? Harry asked. What am I supposed to choose? The book did not answer. The words faded. And the door behind him slammed shut. What's happening? Harry spun around. Ragnarok was gone. The door was gone. The walls of the room were moving, shifting, changing, melting into something else. Stone became wood. Wood became earth. Earth became sky, and Harry was standing in a field under a canopy of stars. He knew this field. He had never been here before, not in person, but he knew it. The way you know a place you've dreamed about 100 times. The Peveril Field, a voice said. Harry turned. A man stood behind him, tall, dark-haired, dressed in robes that looked like they'd been woven from shadow. His face was kind but sad, with eyes that held the weight of centuries. Ignotus, Harry whispered. Ignotus Peveril. The man smiled. You know my name. The tablet showed me. In Gringotts. The Hall of Inheritance. Ah. Ignotus nodded slowly. The Goblins do love their records. They keep better track of the dead than the living. Why am I here? What is this place? This is the space between. Gringotts gestured to the field, to the stars, to the darkness beyond. The place where the Hallows were created. The place where death itself walked, once, and spoke to three brothers. Harry's scar burned. The tale of the three brothers. A children's story. A myth. Gringotts' smile turned sad. And the truth. The Hallows are real, Harry. You carry one in your blood. The other two are waiting for you, if you have the courage to claim them. The wand and the stone. The elder wand, forged by Antioch from the wood of a tree that grew at the crossroads of life and death. The resurrection stone, cut by Cadmus from a gem that wept tears for the lost. Gringotts stepped closer. And the cloak, woven by me from the fabric of twilight itself. 3 Hallows. 3 brothers. 3 deaths. I don't want to die. Everyone dies. Gringotts' voice was gentle. The question is not whether you will die, Harry. The question is how you will live. The field began to fade. Wait, I have more questions. They will be answered in time. Gringotts raised his hand in farewell. Remember, Harry. 3 Hallows. 3 deaths. 3 choices. The crown awaits the heir. But the heir must be worthy. The stars went out. Harry woke up on the floor of the round room. The book was closed. The pedestal stood silent. Ragnar was kneeling beside him, his ancient face creased with concern. You were gone for 3 hours. It felt like 3 minutes. The space between does not follow the rules of time. Ragnar helped Harry to his feet. What did you see? What did the prophecy show you? Harry touched his chest, the place where the cloak lived inside him. Gringotts Peveril. He told me about the Hallows. About the 3 brothers. About. Harry hesitated. About the crown. He said the crown awaits the heir. Ragnar went very still. The crown of magical Britain. Yes. That is not a lordship, Lord Potter. That is not a seat on the Wisengamot or a seat on the Hogwarts board. The crown is power, the kind of power that has not been wielded in 1,000 years. The kind of power that Merlin himself refused, because he believed no one should hold it alone. Gringotts said the heir must be worthy. He did not say how to be worthy. Harry shook his head. Ragnar sighed, a long, weary sound. Then we must find out for ourselves. Come. The Wisengamot will vote within the hour. And I suspect the vote will not go our way. The chamber was even fuller than before. Word had spread, of Harry's outburst, of his walkout, of the prophecy that everyone seemed to know about even though no one should have known. The witches and wizards in the tiered seats whispered to each other behind their hands, stealing glances at Harry as he took his place on the wooden platform. Amelia Bones banged her gavel. The Wisengamot will come to order. We are here to vote on the following motion, that the inheritance claims of Harry James Potter, as verified by Gringotts Wizarding Bank, be recognized as valid, and that all illegally placed seals on his lordships be removed immediately. She paused. Those in favor? Hands rose. Harry counted. Fewer than half. Those opposed? More hands. Many more. Lucius Malfoy's hand was the highest. The motion fails, Amelia Bones said. Her voice was flat. The Wisengamot does not recognize Harry Potter's inheritance claims at this time. The seals on his lordships will remain in place until further investigation can be. No. Every head turned. Harry stood up from his wooden chair. No, he repeated. You don't get to vote away my birthright. You don't get to pretend the magic is wrong because it's inconvenient for your politics. Lord Potter, Amelia Bones began. I'm not finished. Harry stepped off the platform. He walked to the center of the chamber, the same spot where Dumbledore had stood, the same spot where generations of wizards had made their appeals to power. The goblins have evidence. The Bowl of Provenance has spoken. The magic itself has recognized me, not as a claimant, not as a petitioner, not as a child begging for what's his, but as an heir. As Lord Potter. As Lord Black. As Lord Peverell. As Lord Gryffindor. As Lord Slytherin. He raised his left hand. The 4 rings blazed. You can vote to seal my lordships again. You can pass laws to block my inheritance. You can throw me back to the Dursleys and pretend I never existed. He lowered his hand. But the magic won't forget. The Hallows won't forget. The Crown won't forget. And someday, sooner than you think, you're going to need me. All of you. Because the darkness is coming. Voldemort is coming. And when he does, you'll want the heir of 3 legends on your side. Silence. Harry looked at Lucius Malfoy, at the fury in his grey eyes, the fear beneath the fury. Vote however you want, Harry said. But know this. I'm not going away. I'm not going to be quiet. And I'm never going to let anyone lock me in a cupboard again. He turned and walked toward the doors. Lord Potter. Amelia Bones's voice was sharp. You cannot simply leave. The Wizengamot has not. The Wizengamot can do whatever it wants. Harry pushed open the doors. I'm done waiting for permission. He walked out. The corridor was empty. But Dumbledore was waiting. The headmaster stood against the far wall, his hands folded inside his sleeves, his silver beard pooling on his chest. He looked old, older than Harry had ever seen him, and something in his expression made Harry stop. I'm not going back in there, Harry said. I know. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I would not ask you to. Then why are you here? To apologize. Harry blinked. I should have done more, Dumbledore said. I should have protected you, not from the wizarding world, not from Voldemort's followers, but from this. From the politics and the scheming and the people who see you as a pawn to be moved. You did what you thought was right. I did what was easy. Dumbledore's voice cracked. It was easy to leave you with the Dursleys. It was easy to tell myself that you were safe, that you were hidden, that you would thank me someday for keeping you out of the spotlight. It was easy to wait. But you were not waiting. Dumbledore pushed off from the wall and walked toward Harry. You were suffering. And I let it happen because I was afraid. Afraid of what? Of you. Harry stared at him. You are the most powerful wizard born in 1,000 years, Harry. The Hallows call your name. The crown waits for your hand. The blood of Merlin flows through your veins alongside the blood of the Founders and the blood of the Peverells. Dumbledore's eyes were bright with tears. I was afraid of what you would become if I gave you the truth too soon. I was afraid of losing you to the power, to the hunger, to the darkness that consumes everyone who touches the old magic. I'm not dark. No. You're not. Dumbledore smiled, a sad, fragile thing. You're something I never expected you to be. What? Good. The word hung in the air between them. Harry didn't know what to say. He had spent 11 years believing he was worthless. He had spent 2 days discovering he was powerful. He had spent the last hour realizing that power meant nothing without purpose. I'm not going to be your weapon, Harry said finally. I'm not going to be anyone's weapon. I'm going to be me. Harry. Just Harry. Just Harry. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The boy who lived. The boy who survived. Dumbledore's smile widened. Yes. That's better. The boy who survived. They stood in silence for a moment, the old wizard and the young lord, while the sounds of the Wisengamot filtered through the closed doors behind them. "The vote didn't go my way," Harry said. "Votes can be overturned. Evidence can be reconsidered. Wizards can change their minds." Dumbledore's voice was steady. "But magic does not change. The Hallows do not change. The crown does not change. And you, Harry Potter, do not change. What do I do now? You go back to Hogwarts. You learn. You grow. You become the wizard you were always meant to be." Dumbledore reached out and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "And when the time comes, when the darkness returns and the old magic wakes, you will be ready." Harry looked down at his rings. Potter. Black. Gryffindor. Slytherin. 4 houses. 4 legacies. 4 responsibilities. "I'm going to need help," he said. "You have it." "From you?" Dumbledore hesitated. Then he nodded. "From me. From the goblins. From your friends. From anyone who believes that the wizarding world can be better than it is." He squeezed Harry's shoulder. "You are not alone, Harry. You have never been alone. You have only been waiting for the right moment to become who you were always meant to be." Harry thought about the prophecy. 3 Hallows. 3 deaths. 3 choices, The crown awaits the heir. "I'm not ready," he said. "No one ever is." Dumbledore released his shoulder and stepped back. "But you will be. In time." Harry turned and walked down the corridor, away from the Wisengamot, away from the politics, away from the people who wanted to control him. Behind him, the doors opened. Witches and wizards spilled out, arguing, shouting, pointing at his retreating back. Harry didn't look around. He had seen enough. He had learned enough. He had become enough. And somewhere in the depths of Gringotts, in a vault that hadn't been opened in 1,000 years, the crown of magical Britain began to dream of its heir. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Assassins in the Shadows. The Hogwarts Express waited at King's Cross Station like a scarlet serpent coiled between platforms 9 and 10. Harry stood on the platform with Hagrid, watching students board the train in waves, first years clutching their parents' hands, older students laughing and shoving, families weeping and waving and promising to write. Steam billowed from the engine's smokestack, thick and white, smelling of coal and magic and something else. Something that made Harry's scar prickle. "You'll be all right," Hagrid said. His voice was gruff, but his eyes were wet. "The train's safe. Hogwarts is safe. Dumbledore's got wards up that'd stop damn near anything." "Then why do you look like you're about to cry?" Hagrid laughed, a wet, ragged sound. "Because I'm a sentimental old fool. Because I watched your mum and dad get on this train when they were your age. Because..." He knelt, bringing his massive face level with Harry's. "Because someone tried to kill ya twice in the last 2 days. And I can't protect ya on the train." Harry touched his rings. "I can protect myself." "Yeah, think those rings'll stop a killing curse?" The words hung in the air between them, heavy, cold, final. "No," Harry admitted. "But they'll stop other things." Hagrid studied him for a long moment. Then he pulled Harry into a hug so tight that Harry's ribs creaked. "Be careful," Hagrid whispered. "Trust your instincts. And if anything, feels wrong, you find a prefect. You find a teacher. You find someone and you don't let go until help comes." "I will." Hagrid released him. Harry picked up his trunk, lighter than it should have been, magically expanded to hold everything he owned, and walked toward the train. The corridor was narrow and crowded. Harry pushed through the press of bodies, searching for an empty compartment. Most were already full, families saying last goodbyes, students settling in for the journey, first years staring out the windows with wide eyes. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train. It was small, 6 seats, a window, a door that slid shut with a satisfying click. Harry stowed his trunk in the overhead rack, sat down by the window, and watched the platform slide away as the train began to move. London disappeared. Green fields replaced grey buildings. And Harry was alone. He pulled out the letter Hagrid had given him, the one from Gringotts, the one that listed all 23 lordships and their corresponding vaults and seats and responsibilities. He had read it a dozen times, but he read it again now, tracing the names with his finger. Asterisk House of Potter. Claimed, asterisk. Asterisk House of Black. Claimed, asterisk. Asterisk House of Peveril. Claimed, asterisk. Asterisk House of Gryffindor. Claimed, asterisk. Asterisk House of Slytherin. Claimed, asterisk. Asterisk House of Ravenclaw. Unclaimed, requires air test, asterisk. Asterisk House of Hufflepuff. Unclaimed, requires air test, asterisk. Asterisk House of Embren. Unclaimed, location unknown, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Mist. Unclaimed, location unknown, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Star. Unclaimed, requires crown ceremony, asterisk. Asterisk House of the WIRM. Cursed, requires curse breaking, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Hunt. Unclaimed, requires ICW approval, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Quill. Unclaimed, requires scholarly trial, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Flame. Destroyed, no active lordship, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Stone. Unclaimed, requires crown ceremony, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Feather. Defunct, no active lordship, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Shadow. Hidden, location unknown, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Dawn. Destroyed, no active lordship, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Crown. Unclaimed, requires crown ceremony, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Sword. Unclaimed, requires ICW approval, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Chalice. Dissolved, no active lordship, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Mirror. Defunct, no active lordship, asterisk. Asterisk House of the Gate. Unclaimed, duty unknown, asterisk. 11 unclaimed lordships. 11 more tests, more trials, more risks. Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his robe. He was tired. Not physically, though his body ached from the Wizengamot, from the vaults, from the sleepless nights, but spiritually. Deep in his bones. The way you get tired when the world keeps changing faster than you can keep up. He closed his eyes. Just for a moment. Just to rest. The knock on the compartment door came 3 hours into the journey. Harry woke instantly, a habit he'd developed in the cupboard, where falling asleep too deeply meant missing the sounds of Uncle Vernon's footsteps. He sat up, his hand going to his rings, his scar prickling with warning. Come in. The door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway, bushy brown hair, brown eyes, a determined set to her jaw. She was wearing Hogwarts robes, already rumpled despite the early hour, and she was carrying a stack of books so tall that Harry could barely see her face. Have you seen a toad? She asked. A what? A toad. Neville Longbottom's lost his. I'm helping him look. She peered at Harry. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? The one from the newspapers. Yes. I'm Hermione Granger. She shifted her books to her hip and stuck out her hand. I've read all about you. The inheritance fraud is fascinating, really, it's the most significant magical legal case in a century, but I have questions. Lots of questions. Like how the Bowl of Provenance verified bloodlines that should have been too diluted to detect, and how the goblins broke through blood seals that were supposedly unbreakable, and I don't know, Harry interrupted. I was there. I didn't understand most of it. Hermione's face fell slightly. Oh. I thought, well, never mind what I thought. Have you seen a toad? No. Right. Well. Nice to meet you. She turned to leave, then paused. You should be careful, you know. The newspapers say there are people who want to hurt you. People who don't want you to claim your lordships. I know. And you're just, sitting here. Alone. With the door unlocked. Harry blinked. I didn't think. No, Hermione said. You didn't. She stepped into the compartment, set her books on the seat across from Harry, and slid the door shut with a firm click. Then she sat down, folded her hands in her lap, and looked at him with an expression that reminded Harry of a hawk watching a mouse. I'll stay with you. Until we get to Hogwarts. You don't have to. I know I don't have to. But someone should. Hermione's voice softened. You've been through a lot. And you shouldn't have to go through it alone. Harry didn't know what to say. No one had ever offered to stay with him before. No one had ever chosen him, not like this, not without wanting something in return. Thank you, he said. Hermione nodded. Then she pulled out a book, Hogwarts, a history *, and began to read. Harry watched her for a moment. Then he closed his eyes again. And this time, when he slept, he dreamed of green fields and dark-haired brothers and a crown that waited in the dark. The attack came at dusk. Harry felt it before he saw it, a shift in the air, a coldness in his scar, a wrongness that made his rings flare with golden light. His eyes snapped open. Hermione was still reading. What's wrong? She asked, seeing his face. Something's coming. The compartment door exploded inward. Harry threw himself sideways, pulling Hermione to the floor, as shards of wood and glass rained down around them. A figure stood in the doorway, cloaked, hooded, its face hidden in shadow. But its hands were visible. Pale hands. Long fingers. A wand pointed directly at Harry's chest. Potter, the figure hissed. The Dark Lord sends his regards. Green light filled the compartment. Harry didn't think. He moved, rolling to his feet, shoving Hermione behind the seats, raising his left hand as the killing curse screamed toward him. The rings blazed. Potter's warmth became a shield. Black's cold became a blade. Gryffindor's fire became a wall. Slytherin's whisper became a voice, old, sharp, commanding. Protect the air. The curse struck the shield and shattered. Green light splintered into 1,000 fragments, each one screaming as it died. The force of the impact threw the assassin backward, slamming them against the corridor wall. Their hood fell away. Harry saw her face. Young. Pale. Dark hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. Eyes that burned with hatred and fear and something that looked almost like hunger. Bellatrix, Hermione whispered from behind the seats. That's Bellatrix Lestrange. She's one of Voldemort's. I know who she is. Harry stepped forward. His rings were still blazing, gold and silver and bone, casting strange shadows on the walls of the corridor. The other students had fled, screaming, leaving the passage empty except for Harry and the woman who had tried to kill him. You should not be alive, Bellatrix hissed. The curse, the wand. The wand doesn't matter. Harry's voice was cold. The magic does. And the magic recognizes me as heir to houses you can't even imagine. Houses? Bellatrix laughed, a wild, manic sound. You think I care about your houses? Your lordships? Your politics? The Dark Lord will destroy all of it. He will burn your precious wizarding world to ashes and build something better from the bones. Then why are you here? Why try to kill me now, before he's even returned? Bellatrix's smile faded. Because the Dark Lord fears you, she said quietly. More than Dumbledore. More than the Ministry. More than anyone. He fears what you will become. She raised her wand again. Harry raised his hand. The rings blazed brighter. And then, *movement star. Something shot past Harry's shoulder, a streak of red light, perfectly aimed, striking Bellatrix in the chest. She crumpled, unconscious, her wand clattering to the floor. Harry turned. Professor Snape stood at the end of the corridor, his wand raised, his black eyes burning with fury. Get inside the compartment, Snape said. Lock the door. Do not open it for anyone except me or Dumbledore. But. Now, Harry grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her back into the compartment. He slid the door shut, what was left of it, and pressed his back against the wall, his heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his throat. What just happened? Hermione whispered. Someone tried to kill me. Bellatrix Lestrange tried to kill you. On the Hogwarts Express. With students everywhere. Hermione's voice was shaking. This isn't normal. This isn't safe. Nothing about my life is safe. Harry looked down at his rings. They were dimming now, the fire fading, the cold receding, the warmth settling back into something almost comfortable. But he could still feel them. Still hear them. Whispering in the back of his mind. Protect the air. Protect the air. Protect the air. Your hands, Hermione said. Harry looked down. The bandages on his arms had come loose during the attack, revealing the cuts beneath. But the cuts were healing, faster than they should have, the skin knitting together before his eyes. That's not normal either, Hermione said. No, Harry agreed. It's not. The rest of the journey passed in a blur. Aurors arrived, real Aurors, not the ones from the Ministry, but Hogwarts security. They questioned Harry and Hermione for hours, writing down every detail, every word, every look that had passed between Harry and Bellatrix before Snape's spell had ended it. Snape himself stayed in the corridor, his wand never leaving his hand, his eyes never leaving the compartment door. Dumbledore arrived at Hogsmeade Station. He looked older than he had at the Wizengamot, grayer, wearier, fragile in a way that made Harry's chest ache. Harry. Dumbledore pulled him aside as the other students disembarked. Are you hurt? No. The rings protected me. The rings. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Harry's left hand. The Lordship rings. Potter, Black, Gryffindor, Slytherin. They made a shield. The curse couldn't get through. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Bellatrix Lestrange is one of Voldemort's most loyal followers, he said finally. She escaped Azkaban 3 months ago, we don't know how. We've been searching for her ever since. She said Voldemort fears me. He should. Dumbledore's voice was grim. You are the only one who has ever survived his killing curse. You are the heir to houses that predate his rise to power. You carry magic in your blood that he has spent decades trying to obtain. The Hallows. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. The Hallows. And the crown. And everything else that comes with being the unifying heir. I didn't ask for this. No one ever asks to be powerful, Harry. Power is not given. It is survived. Dumbledore placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. You have survived assassination attempts, inheritance theft, and a childhood designed to break you. You are stronger than you know. But you must be careful. The people who want you dead will not stop trying. What do I do? You go to Hogwarts. You learn. You grow. You build alliances with people you can trust. Dumbledore squeezed his shoulder. And you never, *never*, travel alone again. Harry nodded. Dumbledore released him and walked away, his purple robes billowing in the evening wind. Hermione appeared at Harry's side. "Are you okay?" "No. Will you be okay?" Harry looked at the castle, Hogwarts, rising from the cliffs like something out of a dream. Towers and turrets and windows glowing with warm light. A place that was supposed to be safe. Supposed to be. "Eventually," he said. "Maybe." They walked toward the castle together. Behind them, Aurors loaded Bellatrix Lestrange into an enchanted carriage, bound for Azkaban. And somewhere in the darkness, somewhere beyond the castle walls, beyond the lake, beyond the mountains, Lord Voldemort watched through borrowed eyes and smiled. The boy had survived again. But survival was not victory. And soon, very soon, the war would begin. The Great Hall was buzzing when Harry walked through the doors. Word of the attack had spread faster than the train. Students whispered behind their hands, pointing at Harry, at his rings, at the bandages that still wrapped his arms. The teachers sat at the staff table, their faces grim. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Ron Weasley was already there, his face pale. "Bloody hell, mate," Ron said. "We heard someone tried to kill you. On the train. Before we even got to school." "Yeah. Are you okay?" "No." Ron nodded like that made perfect sense. Then he pushed a plate of treacle tart toward Harry. "Eat," he said. "My mum says food fixes everything." Harry almost laughed. He ate. The treacle tart was warm and sweet and completely ordinary. It tasted like the first normal thing that had happened to him in days. "Thanks," Harry said. Ron grinned. "That's what friends are for." Harry looked around the Great Hall, at the hundreds of students eating and laughing and living their ordinary lives. At the teachers watching him with concern and curiosity and something that looked like fear. At the enchanted ceiling, showing stars that had witnessed 1,000 years of magic. He was not safe. He might never be safe again. But he was not alone. And that, for now, was enough. End of Chapter 9. ## Chapter 10, The Forbidden Family Ledger. The library at Hogwarts was a cathedral of books. Harry stood in the entrance, staring up at shelves that stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow, at ladders that moved on their own, at windows that showed a sky that didn't match the one outside. The air smelled of parchment and dust and something else, something old, something patient, something that had been waiting for centuries. Lord Potter. He turned. Hermione Granger stood behind him, her arms full of books, her expression determined. "You shouldn't be here alone." "I'm not alone. You're here." "That's not what I meant." Hermione set her books on a nearby table and crossed her arms. "After what happened on the train." "I know." Harry touched his rings. "But I can't hide forever. And I need answers." "Answers to what?" Harry hesitated. He hadn't told anyone about the ledger. Not Dumbledore. Not Hagrid. Not even Ragnarok. It had appeared in his trunk 3 days after Gringotts, a thin book bound in black leather, with no title and no author and no explanation of how it had gotten there. But the moment Harry had opened it, he'd known what it was. The Potter family ledger. Accounts of trust and betrayal. November 1st, 1981, present. "Someone betrayed my parents," Harry said. "After Voldemort fell. Someone told the Ministry about the blood wards on our house, the ones that should have kept them safe. Someone made sure the Death Eaters knew where to find them." Hermione's face went pale. "How do you know?" "I have a ledger. A family ledger. It lists everyone who profited from my parents' deaths. Everyone who claimed parts of their estate. Everyone who signed the documents that sealed my lordships. And you believe it? The magic in the ledger is the same as the magic in my rings. It doesn't lie." Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she pulled out a chair and sat down. "Show me." The ledger was hidden in the bottom of Harry's trunk, wrapped in a cloth that felt like shadow. He carried it to the library with trembling hands, not from fear, but from anger. The kind of anger that had been building for 11 years, stored in his chest like embers waiting for oxygen. He sat down across from Hermione and opened the book. The pages were yellowed, the handwriting spidery and old. But the words shifted as Harry watched, rearranging themselves into something he could read, something that seemed written for him. Asterisk on November 1, 1981, the following individuals submitted claims against the estate of James and Lily Potter asterisk. Asterisk 1. Albus Dumbledore, claimed custody of the minor heir, Harry James Potter. Approved. Terms, heir to be placed with maternal Muggle relatives. No financial compensation. Claimed, asterisk. Asterisk 2. Ministry of Magic, claimed emergency authority over the Potter estate. Approved. Terms, all assets frozen pending investigation into the deaths of James and Lily Potter, asterisk. Asterisk 3. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, claimed administrative fees for handling the Potter vaults. Approved. Terms, standard rates, asterisk. Asterisk 4. The Wizengamot, claimed temporary authority over the Potter Lordship. Approved. Terms, Lordship to be sealed until heir comes of age, asterisk. Asterisk 5. Lucius Malfoy, claimed damages related to the Dark Lord's downfall. Denied. Appealed. Approved on second hearing. Terms, 10,000 galleons from the Potter estate, asterisk. Asterisk 6. Barty Crouch Sr., claimed investigative expenses related to the death of the Potters. Approved. Terms, 5,000 galleons from the Potter estate, asterisk. Asterisk 7. The Greengrass family, claimed repayment of a debt allegedly owed by James Potter. Approved without verification. Terms, 3,000 galleons from the Potter estate, asterisk. Asterisk 8. The Knott family, claimed legal fees for representation in post-war tribunals. Approved. Terms, 2,000 galleons from the Potter estate, asterisk. Asterisk 9. The Parkinson family, claimed damages related to the Dark Lord's occupation of their estate. Approved. Terms, 2,000 galleons from the Potter estate, asterisk. Asterisk 10. The Lestrange family, claimed through proxy. Approved. Terms, the Black family heirlooms, value unknown, asterisk. Asterisk 11. Unknown party, claimed through sealed document. Approved under emergency provisions. Terms, 1/3 of the Potter estate, transferred to an untraceable vault, asterisk. Harry read the list 3 times. Then he read it again. These people stole from you, Hermione whispered. While you were a baby. While you were locked in a cupboard. They took your parents' money, your inheritance, and no one stopped them. They had the ministry's approval. The ministry was corrupt. Hermione's voice was shaking. The ministry is still corrupt. They let this happen because it was easier than fighting the old families. And Dumbledore. What about Dumbledore? Harry pointed to the first line. Albus Dumbledore, claimed custody of the minor heir. He took me to the Dursleys. He left me with the Dursleys. And he didn't take a single galleon for it. So he's the good guy. I don't know what he is. Harry closed the ledger. But I know he didn't tell me about this. About any of this. He let me grow up thinking my parents were poor, that their deaths meant nothing, that I had no future except the cupboard. Maybe he was protecting you. Maybe. Harry's voice was bitter. Or maybe he was controlling me. Keeping me weak so I'd be easy to manage. Hermione reached across the table and took his hand. Her fingers were warm. You're not weak, Harry. You've never been weak. And you're not alone anymore. Harry looked at her earnest face, her steady eyes, her complete lack of fear. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For staying. For believing me. For not running away when you found out how complicated my life is." Hermione smiled. "I like complicated. Complicated is interesting." They spent the next 3 hours in the library. Hermione researched inheritance law, blood magic, and the history of the Wizengamot. Harry read the ledger from cover to cover, memorizing names and dates and amounts. Some of the names he recognized. Asterisk Lucius Malfoy. Barty Crouch Sr. The Greengrasses. The Knotts. The Parkinsons. The Lestranges, asterisk. Some of the names he didn't. Asterisk Theodore Knott Sr. claimed magical artifacts from the Potter estate. Approved, asterisk. Asterisk Daphne Greengrass, claimed marriage contract between the Greengrass and Potter families. Approved. Terms, heir to be betrothed to Daphne Greengrass upon reaching age 17, asterisk. Harry's blood went cold. "A marriage contract," he said aloud. Hermione looked up from her book. "What?" "There's a marriage contract. Between me and someone named Daphne Greengrass. Her family claimed it after my parents died." Hermione's face went white. That's not legal. Marriage contracts have to be signed by both parties, or their legal guardians. Your guardians were the Dursleys, muggles who didn't even know magic existed. They couldn't have consented. The Wizengamot approved it anyway. Then the Wizengamot broke the law. Harry stared at the ledger. A marriage contract. Someone had tried to bind him to a girl he'd never met, a family he'd never heard of, a future he'd never chosen. "Who else?" he asked. "Who else claimed something from my parents' estate?" Hermione took the ledger and began to read. The list went on for pages. Every ancient family in Britain seemed to have taken something from the Potters after James and Lily died. Money. Artifacts. Land. Titles. Power. But the worst was at the back of the ledger, a section written in blood-red ink, sealed with magic so old that Harry could feel it pulsing through the pages. The conspiracy. On November 15, 1981, the following individuals met in secret to discuss the disposition of the Potter estate and the future of the minor heir, Harry James Potter. Albus Dumbledore, Chair. Barty Crouch Sr., Ministry of Magic. Lucius Malfoy, Representative of the Ancient Houses. Lord Greengrass, Representative of the Neutral Faction. Lord Knott, Representative of the Dark Faction. Tiberius Ogden, Wizengamot Elder. Griselda Marchbanks, Wizengamot Elder. Unknown Party, Representative of Gringotts. Asterisk The following decisions were made asterisk. Asterisk 1. The Potter Lordship shall be sealed until the heir comes of age, asterisk. Asterisk 2. The Black Lordship shall be sealed indefinitely, pending the outcome of Sirius Black's trial, asterisk. Asterisk 3. The Peveril Lordship shall be sealed permanently, due to the dangerous nature of the Hallows, asterisk. Asterisk 4. The Gryffindor and Slytherin Lordships shall be sealed, pending verification of bloodline claims, asterisk. Asterisk 5. All other lordships shall be investigated and sealed as appropriate, asterisk. Asterisk 6. The heir, Harry James Potter, shall be placed with Muggle relatives to ensure his isolation from the magical world, asterisk. Asterisk 7. No further action shall be taken without the approval of the Council, asterisk. Signatures below. 8 signatures. Harry recognized 5 of them. Dumbledore. Crouch. Malfoy. Greengrass. Knott. The other 3 were illegible, scratches and scrawls that could have been anyone. 7 people decided your future, Hermione said quietly. 7 people met in secret and decided that you would be locked away, isolated, powerless, and no one ever told you. One of them was Dumbledore. Yes. The man who claims to care about me. Yes. The man who left me with the Dursleys. Yes. Harry closed the ledger. His hands were shaking. I need to talk to him. Harry. I need to talk to him now. The walk to the headmaster's office was long and silent. Harry climbed staircases that moved, walked corridors that shifted, past portraits that whispered behind his back. His rings burned with cold fire. His scar throbbed with every beat of his heart. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office stepped aside when Harry approached, no password needed, no challenge given. He knew I was coming, Harry thought. He always knows. The office was warm and cluttered, filled with silver instruments and sleeping portraits and the soft trill of Fawkes the Phoenix. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his hands folded, his eyes sad. I wondered when you would find it, the headmaster said. The ledger. Yes. You knew it was in my trunk. I put it there. Harry stopped. The words hung in the air between them, heavy, damning, true. You put the ledger in my trunk, Harry said slowly. You wanted me to find it. You wanted me to know. I wanted you to understand. Dumbledore rose from his chair and walked to the window, his back to Harry. The choices I made, the choices we made, were not evil. They were not greedy. They were fearful. We were afraid, Harry. All of us. The war had just ended. Half the magical world was in ruins. Voldemort was gone, but his followers were everywhere, hiding, waiting, plotting. So you decided to hide me too. We decided to protect you. By locking away my inheritance. By letting the Malfoys steal from my parents' estate. By signing a marriage contract without my consent. Dumbledore turned. His face was grey. The marriage contract was not my doing. I voted against it. But I was outvoted, 7-1. The Greengrasses had allies on the Wizengamot, and they wanted a connection to the Potter line. The only way to stop them was to agree to the other terms. What other terms? The sealing of your lordships. The placement with the Dursleys. The isolation from the magical world. Dumbledore's voice cracked. I made a deal, Harry. I traded your inheritance for your life. If I had refused, if I had fought for your rights, the Wizengamot would have declared you a ward of the state. They would have placed you with a pure-blood family, the Malfoys, perhaps, or the Knots, and raised you as their own. You would have been a puppet. A weapon. A tool for whichever faction controlled you. So instead you gave me to the Dursleys. The Dursleys were the only family you had left. Lily's sister. Blood protection. Magic that would keep you safe from Voldemort's followers. Dumbledore's eyes were bright with tears. It was not a good life. I know that. But it was a life. And I chose it, over and over again, because the alternative was unthinkable. Harry stood in the center of the office, surrounded by sleeping portraits and silver instruments and the soft glow of Fawkes's feathers. He wanted to be angry. He was angry. But beneath the anger, deep beneath it, buried under years of hunger and cold and loneliness, there was something else. Understanding. I would have chosen differently, Harry said. I know. I would have fought. I know. I would have died rather than live in that cupboard. Dumbledore flinched. Yes, he whispered. I know that too. They stood in silence for a long time. The portraits pretended to sleep. Fawkes trilled softly. The silver instruments whirred and smoked. The ledger, Harry said finally. It shows everything. Everyone who stole from my family. Everyone who signed the conspiracy agreement. Everyone who wanted me weak. Yes. I want their names. You have their names. I want to publish their names. I want the whole world to know what they did. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Then he nodded. That is your right. You are the heir. The lordships are yours. The truth is yours. He returned to his desk and sat down heavily. But I must warn you, Harry, publishing the ledger will start a war. Not a shooting war, not yet, but a political war. The families named in those pages will not sit quietly while their secrets are exposed. They will fight back. They will try to destroy you. They've been trying to destroy me since I was born. Yes. Let them try again. Dumbledore looked at Harry, really looked at him, the way he had looked at him on the night his parents died, the way he had looked at him when he placed him on the Dursleys' doorstep. You are not the boy I left with the Muggles, Dumbledore said. You are not even the boy who walked into Gringotts 3 days ago. No, Harry agreed. I'm not. He turned and walked to the door. Harry. He paused. For what it's worth, Dumbledore said quietly, I am proud of you. Not of the power you've inherited, not of the lordships or the hallows or the crown. But of you. The boy who survived. The boy who chose to be good when he had every reason to be bitter. Harry didn't turn around. Goodbye, Professor. He walked out of the office. The gargoyle closed behind him. And somewhere in the depths of Hogwarts, in a dormitory full of sleeping boys, in a bed that felt softer than any bed he'd ever known, Harry Potter dreamed of fire and crowns and a future he was only beginning to understand. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, The Goblin Alliance. The letter arrived at breakfast 3 days later. Harry was sitting at the Gryffindor table, pushing scrambled eggs around his plate, when an owl he didn't recognize landed in front of him. It was small and gray, with eyes the color of old gold, and it carried a scroll sealed with the Gringotts crest. The great hall went quiet. Every student, every teacher, every ghost, turned to watch as Harry broke the seal and read. Lord Potter. The investigation into your inheritance seals has uncovered evidence of goblin involvement in the conspiracy. A smith named Gornick forged the blood seals used to bind your lordships. He is dead, killed to protect the conspirators, but his records remain. We request your presence at Gringotts to discuss an alliance. The Goblin Nation is prepared to offer you its full support in exchange for certain concessions. Come alone. Ragnarok, Blood Warden. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it and tucked it into his robe. What is it? Ron asked, his mouth full of toast. Business. What kind of business? The kind that doesn't belong at breakfast. Ron nodded like that made perfect sense and went back to his eggs. Hermione, sitting on Harry's other side, was not so easily dismissed. You're not going alone, she said quietly. Ragnarok said to come alone. Ragnarok is a goblin. Goblins have their own agenda. You need someone there who doesn't owe them anything. And who would that be? Me. Harry looked at her determined face, her steady eyes, her complete lack of fear. You're 11. So are you. Gringotts is dangerous. More dangerous than the Hogwarts Express. More dangerous than Bellatrix Lestrange. Hermione raised an eyebrow. I survived both of those. I think I can survive a bank. Harry almost smiled. Fine. But if Ragnarok gets angry, we'll deal with it together. They left Hogwarts at noon. Harry sent a message to Dumbledore via Fox, short, polite, not asking for permission. Then he and Hermione walked down to the gates, where a goblin carriage waited on the road. The carriage was black and sleek, pulled by creatures that looked like lizards but moved like horses. The goblin driver said nothing as they climbed inside. He simply flicked the reins, and the carriage shot forward, faster than any Muggle vehicle, faster than the Hogwarts Express, faster than anything Harry had ever experienced. The countryside blurred past the windows. "Are you scared?" Hermione asked. "Yes. Me too." She took his hand. "But that's okay. Being scared means you're paying attention." Harry squeezed her fingers. "Thanks for coming with me. Thanks for letting me." Gringotts looked different in the afternoon light. The marble pillars seemed softer, the bronze doors less threatening, the carved creatures on the walls almost welcoming. Almost. Ragnarok met them in the entrance hall. His milky eyes swept over Hermione, lingered for a moment, then returned to Harry. "I said come alone. She's with me. The alliance is between goblins and the heir of 23 houses. Not between goblins and a muggleborn first year." Hermione's back straightened. "My blood status has nothing to do with my intelligence or my loyalty. And if you're going to insult me, I'd rather wait outside." Ragnarok stared at her. Then, slowly, unexpectedly, he smiled. "You have spirit, girl. The goblins respect spirit." He stepped aside and gestured down the corridor. "Come. Both of you. What I have to show you cannot be unseen." The chamber was deep beneath the bank, deeper than the Hall of Inheritance, deeper than the vaults, deeper than anywhere Harry had gone before. The walls were made of obsidian, like the ritual chamber, but these walls were carved. Thousands of images, stretching from floor to ceiling, goblins and wizards working together, building cities, signing treaties, fighting side by side. And then the images changed. Goblins in chains. Goblins begging. Goblins dying. "The betrayal," Ragnarok said quietly. "It happened 500 years ago. The wizards decided they no longer needed our help. They outlawed goblin wand ownership. They restricted our property rights. They forced us into the banks and the mines and the places they thought we belonged." "I didn't know," Harry said. "No one knows. The wizards erased it from history, burned the books, rewrote the treaties, pretended we had always been servants." Ragnarok turned to face him. "But the goblins remember. We have always remembered. And we have been waiting, for 500 years, for someone to help us reclaim what was stolen." "The alliance you mentioned." "Yes." Ragnarok stepped closer. "In exchange for our full support, our resources, our armies, our secrets, you will help us restore goblin rights. The right to carry wands. The right to sit on the Wizengamot. The right to own property outside our designated areas. The right to be treated as equals, not servants." Harry was silent for a long moment. "That's a lot," he said finally. "The conspiracy against you involved a goblin. Gornik forged the blood seals that bound your lordships. He was paid by wizards, wizards who wanted you weak, isolated, powerless. The goblin nation wants justice for that betrayal. And we believe you are the only wizard who can help us get it." "Why me?" "Because you are not like the others." Ragnarok's voice was soft. "You grew up with muggles. You know what it feels like to be treated as less than human. You understand hunger, the kind of hunger that comes from being denied your birthright." Harry thought about the cupboard. About the spiders and the dust and the dark. About 10 years of being told he was worthless. "I understand," he said. "But I'm 11. I don't have the power to change laws or negotiate treaties or—" "Not yet." Ragnarok smiled. "But you will. The crown sees it. The Hallows see it. The magic sees it. You are going to be the most powerful wizard in Britain, Lord Potter, perhaps the most powerful wizard in the world. And when that happens, we want you to remember that the goblins stood with you when no one else would." Hermione cleared her throat. "If I may," she said. "An alliance requires trust. How can Harry trust that the goblins won't betray him once he's given you what you want?" Ragnarok turned to her. His milky eyes were unreadable. You cannot, he said. Trust is not a product of guarantees, girl. Trust is a product of choice. Lord Potter must choose to trust us, just as we must choose to trust him. If either party breaks that trust. He shrugged. Then the alliance ends. And both sides suffer. That's not very reassuring. No. Ragnar's smile widened. But it is honest. And honesty is the foundation of every lasting alliance. Harry looked at the carved walls, at the images of goblins in chains, goblins fighting, goblins hoping. He thought about his mother's voice in the Potter vault. The Potters have always been protectors. He thought about his father's blood, running through his veins, connecting him to 23 houses and 1,000 years of history. He thought about the crown, waiting for him, dreaming of him, needing him to be worthy. I'll do it, he said. Ragnar's eyes widened. You agree to the alliance? I agree to try. I can't promise I'll be able to give you everything you want, not yet, not alone. But I can promise that I'll fight for you. The same way I fight for myself. The same way I'll fight for everyone who's been treated like they don't matter. Ragnar studied him for a long moment. Then the ancient goblin knelt. Not a bow, a kneel. The deepest gesture of respect in goblin culture. Then the goblin nation stands with you, Lord Potter. Until the stars fall from the sky and the earth crumbles to dust. Harry felt something shift in his chest. A bond. A promise. A weight. The same feeling he'd felt when he'd shaken Ragnar's hand in the ritual chamber, but deeper. Older. More permanent. The alliance is sealed, Ragnar said, rising. From this day forward, the goblins of Gringotts are your allies. Your enemies are our enemies. Your battles are our battles. And my victories are our victories. Harry nodded. He looked at Hermione. She was crying, silently, tears streaming down her cheeks. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. I've never seen anything like that. A goblin kneeling to a wizard. In 500 years of goblin wizard history, that's never happened. Until now. Until now. The rest of the meeting was business. Ragnar laid out the terms of the alliance in precise, legal language. Harry would have access to all Gringotts resources, vaults, armies, intelligence networks, curse-breaking teams. The goblins would help him break the remaining seals on his lordships and claim the crown of magical Britain. In exchange, Harry would use his political power to advance goblin rights, starting with the right to carry wands. You want to be able to use magic, Hermione said. Like wizards. We want to be able to defend ourselves, Ragnar corrected. The creatures that live in the dark places of this world do not care about treaties or laws. They care about power. And without wands, goblins have less power than a muggle child. Harry thought about the war that was coming, the war Dumbledore had warned him about, the war Voldemort was planning, the war that would consume magical Britain if no one stopped it. Goblins can fight, he said. We can. Then I want goblins on my side when the war comes. Ragnar's eyes gleamed. You will have them. They shook hands again. The bond in Harry's chest pulsed, warm and strong and alive. He was no longer alone. He had the goblins. He had Hermione. He had Ron, maybe, and Hagrid, and the teachers who believed in him, and the ghosts of his parents watching from wherever the dead went when they weren't haunting portraits. The heir of 3 legends, the prophecy had called him. But Harry was beginning to understand that legends weren't made by bloodlines or lordships or ancient magic. They were made by choices. And he was choosing to fight. The carriage ride back to Hogwarts was quiet. Hermione fell asleep against the window, her bushy hair spreading across the glass like a halo. Harry watched the countryside roll past, fields and forests and villages where ordinary people lived ordinary lives. He envied them. But he didn't want to be them. He wanted to be more. Lord Potter. The goblin driver spoke for the first time. Yes. The Blood Warden asked me to give you this. The driver reached into his cloak and pulled out a small leather pouch. It contains a port key. Activated by your blood. If you ever need the goblins, for anything, at any time, use it. We will come. Harry took the pouch. It was warm. Thank you. The driver nodded and said nothing else. Hogwarts appeared on the horizon, towers and turrets and windows glowing with warm light. Home, maybe. Or as close to home as Harry had ever had. He touched his rings. Potter. Black. Gryffindor. Slytherin. 4 houses. 23 lordships. An alliance with the Goblin Nation. And a war that was coming faster than anyone wanted to admit. I'm ready, Harry whispered to the darkness. The darkness didn't answer. But somewhere, in the depths of Gringotts, in the halls of Hogwarts, in the shadows where Voldemort waited, something listened. End of chapter 11. ## chapter 12, Lord Potter Black Peverell. The ceremony took place at midnight, beneath the oldest part of Gringotts. Harry stood in the center of a circle carved from living stone, his arms bare, his rings gleaming in the light of 1,000 candles. Around him, goblins chanted in a language older than human speech, a language that made the air vibrate and the ground tremble and Harry's blood sing in his veins. Ragnarok stood before him, dressed in robes of black and gold, holding a crown of thorns that glowed with an inner fire. Tonight, the Blood Warden intoned, the heir becomes the Lord. The boy becomes the power. The lost becomes the found. Harry's heart pounded. He had claimed 4 lordships already, Potter, Black, Gryffindor, Slytherin. But those had been partial claims. Incomplete. The magic had recognized him, but the titles had not been fully transferred. There were rituals to complete. Oaths to swear. Bonds to forge. Tonight, all of that would change. Are you ready, Lord Potter? Ragnarok asked. No, Harry said honestly. But I'll never be ready. So let's do it anyway. Ragnarok's lips twitched. Then he raised the crown of thorns. The first lordship was Potter. Harry had expected this one to be easy, the ring was already on his finger, the vault was already open, the magic had already accepted him. But as Ragnarok placed the crown on his head and the goblins' chanting rose to a crescendo, Harry realized how wrong he was. Claiming a lordship is not a single act, a voice whispered in his mind, his mother's voice, warm and soft. It is 1,000 acts. 1,000 choices. 1,000 moments of becoming, *. The crown bit into his scalp. Thorns pierced his skin. Blood ran down his face, warm, red, alive, and as it fell, the stone floor began to glow. House of Potter. Seat on the Wisengamot, confirmed. Vault access, unlimited. Heir rights, transferred. Lord rights, activated. Harry felt something settle inside him. The Potter ring flared with golden light, then dimmed, but it was different now. Heavier. More present. Like a limb he'd never known he had. Lord Potter, Ragnarok said. Harry nodded. I feel it. Good. Because the next one is harder. The Black Lordship was agony. Harry had expected cold, the black ring was cold, the black vault was cold, the black magic was cold. But the ceremony was worse than cold. It was absence. The absence of warmth, of light, of hope. He stood in the circle as the goblins chanted, and he felt the black magic pull at him, trying to hollow him out, to fill him with emptiness, to make him a vessel for centuries of pain and madness and loss. The blacks are cursed, Sirius's voice whispered. Every black who's ever claimed the lordship has died violently. Harry gritted his teeth. The thorns bit deeper. Blood flowed faster. House of Black. Seat on the Wisengamot, confirmed. Seat on the ICW, confirmed. Heir rights, transferred. Lord rights, activated. Warning, blood curse detected. Recommend curse breaking immediately. The cold receded. Harry gasped, falling to his knees. Harry. Hermione's voice, distant, worried, filtered through the barrier of goblin magic that surrounded the circle. I'm fine, he lied. I'm fine. Ragnarok helped him to his feet. The black curse is old, the goblin said quietly. Older than Gringotts. Older than Hogwarts. It will take time to break, time and power you do not yet have. Can I still claim the lordship? Yes. But the curse will remain. A shadow. A weight. Something you must carry until you are strong enough to destroy it. Harry looked at the black ring on his finger. It was beautiful, silver and black, carved with the family crest of a star and a dagger. But beneath the beauty, he could feel it. The curse. Waiting. Hungry. Let's continue, he said. The Peveril lordship was different. No pain. No cold. No curse. Just presence. Harry stood in a circle as the goblins chanted, and he felt something wake up inside him, something that had been sleeping for 1,000 years, waiting for the right blood, the right magic, the right air. House of Peveril. Seat on none, defunct. Heir rights, transferred. Lord rights, activated. Deathly Hallow detected, cloak of invisibility. Third Hallow, merged with air, ***. Deathly Hallow detected, Resurrection Stone, Second Hallow, location, the Gaunt Shack, Little Hangleton. Deathly Hallow detected, Elder Wand, First Hallow, location, unknown. Warning, the Elder Wand is currently in the possession of Albus Dumbledore. Harry's blood went cold. Dumbledore had the Elder Wand. The most powerful wand in existence, the wand that had been passed down through centuries of wizards, each one killing the last to claim it, and Dumbledore had it. Dumbledore had always had it. Why didn't he tell me? Harry whispered. The headmaster has many secrets, Ragnarok said. This is merely one of them. He has the wand. The hallowed wand. And he never said. The wand chooses the wizard, Lord Potter. It has chosen Dumbledore, for now. But when the time comes, it may choose differently. Harry stared at the glowing words. The Elder Wand. The Resurrection Stone. The Cloak of Invisibility. 3 Hallows. 2 missing. 1 hidden in the office of the man who claimed to protect him. Continue, Harry said. The Gryffindor lordship was fire. Literally. Flames erupted from the ground as the goblins chanted, licking at Harry's robes, his skin, his hair. He should have burned, should have screamed, should have died. But the fire didn't hurt. It welcomed him. House of Gryffindor. Seat on Hogwarts board, confirmed. Seat on Wisengamot, confirmed. Heir rights, transferred. Lord rights, activated. Gryffindor's sword, location, the headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Note, the sword may only be drawn by a true Gryffindor in a moment of need. Harry thought about the sword he'd felt in the vault, the one that had merged with his will, his courage, his heart. I already have a sword, he said. No, Ragnarok corrected. You have the idea of a sword. The will to fight. The courage to stand. But the physical blade, Gryffindor's actual blade, is in Dumbledore's office. Waiting for you. Waiting for what? A moment of need. The Slytherin lordship was shadow. Darkness flooded the circle as the goblins chanted, thick and cold and alive. Harry felt it wrap around him, tasting his fear, his doubt, his weakness. But Harry had grown up in darkness. The cupboard had taught him that darkness was not something to fear. Darkness was something to use. House of Slytherin. Seat on Hogwarts board, confirmed. Seat on Wisengamot, confirmed. Heir rights, transferred. Lord rights, activated. Chamber of Secrets, location, beneath Hogwarts. Note, the chamber may only be opened by the heir of Slytherin. Other claimants will be killed, ****. Harry remembered the stories, the ones Hagrid had told him, the ones Hermione had researched, the ones that spoke of a monster living beneath the school, waiting for the true heir to come. "I'm not going to open it," Harry said. "The chamber will open itself," Ragnarok said. "When the time is right. When the heir is ready. The heir is 11. The heir is the Lord of Slytherin. Age does not matter. Only blood." The ceremony continued for hours. Harry claimed lordship after lordship, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, the House of the Star, the House of the Sword, the House of the Quill. Each one left its mark on him. Each one changed him. Each one added a new ring to his fingers or a new weight to his soul. By the time the sun rose over London, Harry had claimed 12 lordships. 12. Not 23, not yet. The remaining 11 were too deep, too dangerous, too cursed to claim in a single ceremony. They would require separate rituals, separate preparations, separate sacrifices. But 12 was enough. 12 made him the most powerful lord in magical Britain. 12 made him a target. 12 made him dangerous. Lord Potter, Black Peveril, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Starsword, Quill, Crown, Ragnarok intoned. "Do you accept the responsibilities of your houses? Do you swear to protect your dependents? Do you vow to uphold the laws of magic and the rights of your blood?" Harry knelt. "I swear." The ground shook. The candles flared. And somewhere, in every magical home in Britain, the old families felt it. The shift in power. The awakening of the heir. Harry Potter was no longer just the boy who lived. He was Lord Potter, Black Peveril. And the world would never be the same. Harry left Gringotts on shaky legs. Hermione supported him, her arm around his waist, her shoulder under his arm. Ragnarok walked behind them, his ancient face unreadable. "You have done well, Lord Potter," the goblin said. "Better than I expected. I feel like I've been hit by a train. That is the price of power." Ragnarok stopped at the entrance to the bank. "Rest now. Recover. When you are ready, we will continue." "Continue what?" "The search for the remaining Hallows. The breaking of the remaining seals. The claiming of the crown." Harry nodded. He was too tired to argue. Too tired to think. Too tired to do anything except feel the weight of his rings, the fire of his magic, the presence of the 12 houses that now lived inside him. "Lord Potter." Harry turned. Ragnarok was holding out a small box, wooden, plain, unmarked. "What is it?" "The key to the Crown Vault. The most secure vault in Gringotts. It has not been opened in 1,000 years, not since Merlin himself sealed it." Harry took the box. It was warm. "When do I open it?" "When you are ready. Not before. The crown is not a gift, Lord Potter. It is a trial. And trials can kill." Harry tucked the box into his robe. "I understand." "Good." Ragnarok stepped back. "Then go. Rest. And remember, the goblins are with you. Always." Harry and Hermione walked out of Gringotts into the morning light. The streets of Diagon Alley were just waking up, shopkeepers opening their doors, children chasing each other through the cobblestones, witches hurrying to work. Normal life. Ordinary life. A life Harry would never have. Are you okay? Hermione asked. No. Will you be? Harry looked at the sky, blue and bright and full of possibility. Yes, he said. Eventually. They walked to the leaky cauldron, where a fire was waiting to take them back to Hogwarts. And behind them, in the depths of Gringotts, the crown of magical Britain dreamed of its heir. The return to Hogwarts was quiet. Harry slept through most of the journey, his head on Hermione's shoulder, his rings glowing faintly beneath his robes. When he woke, the castle was visible through the window, towers and turrets and windows glowing with warm light. Home. Or as close to home as he'd ever had. Harry. He turned. Hermione was looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Yes. You're different. I know. Not bad different. Just, more. Like there's more of you than there was before. Harry touched his rings. 12 lordships, he said. 12 houses. 12 legacies. They're all inside me now, all the time, whispering, watching, waiting. Waiting for what? For me to be enough. Hermione took his hand. You're enough, she said. You've always been enough. Harry didn't believe her. But he wanted to. And sometimes, wanting was enough to start. End of chapter 12. ## chapter 13, Dumbledore's hidden plan. The headmaster's office felt smaller than Harry remembered. Perhaps it was the weight of what he now carried, 12 lordships pressing against his soul, 12 rings heavy on his fingers, 12 legacies whispering in his dreams. Or perhaps it was simply that Dumbledore himself looked diminished, shrunken somehow, as if the truth Harry had brought with him had drained the color from the old wizard's skin. Harry sat in a chair across from the headmaster's desk. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch, but even the phoenix seemed subdued, his golden feathers duller than usual. You wanted to see me, Professor. Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. His half-moon spectacles glinted in the candlelight, but his eyes, those bright, piercing eyes, were shadowed. I wanted to talk to you about the Elder Wand. Harry's fingers tightened on the armrest. The wand you've been hiding from me. The wand you've had for decades. The wand that belongs to the Peveril line, to my line, by blood and magic. Yes. No denial. No deflection. Just a simple, quiet acknowledgement that made Harry's anger feel almost petty. Why? Harry asked. Why didn't you tell me? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he stood up and walked to a cabinet against the far wall, the same cabinet Harry had seen him open before, the one that held the leather-bound journal and secrets Harry couldn't imagine. But this time, Dumbledore reached past the journal. Past the silver instruments. Past everything Harry had seen before. He pulled out a wand. It was unremarkable at first glance, long, pale, made of wood that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. But as Dumbledore held it, Harry felt something shift in his chest. The cloak, folded into his bones, stirred and woke. The Elder Wand, Dumbledore said quietly. The first Hallow. Created by Antioch Peveril from the wood of a tree that grew at the crossroads of life and death. Passed down through centuries of wizards, each one killing the last to claim it. He set the wand on the desk between them. It has been in my possession since 1945, when I defeated Gellert Grindelwald in a duel that shook the foundations of magical Europe. Grindelwald had stolen it from Gregorovitch, the wand maker, who had stolen it from its previous owner. And on it goes, back through history, a trail of blood and betrayal and broken bodies. Harry stared at the wand. It was beautiful. Not in the way a painting was beautiful, or a sunset, or a piece of music. But in the way a blade was beautiful, sharp and deadly. And hungry. The wand chooses the wizard, Harry said. That's what Ollivander told me. The wand chooses the wizard. Yes. So the Elder Wand chose you. It did. At the moment of my victory over Grindelwald, the wand's allegiance shifted. Not because I killed him, I did not. Grindelwald died in Nurmengard, years later, alone and forgotten. But because I defeated him. The Elder Wand recognizes power. And at that moment, I was the most powerful wizard in the world. Harry looked at Dumbledore. At the old man's face, lined and tired and sad. And now. Now. Dumbledore picked up the wand, turned it over in his hands, then set it down again. Now I am not so sure. The Elder Wand is restless. It has been restless since the night you survived Voldemort's killing curse. Since the night your blood proved stronger than any magic Voldemort could wield. The wand wants me. I believe so. But the wand is not the only thing that wants you, Harry. The crown wants you. The Hallows want you. The magic itself wants you. Dumbledore leaned forward. The question is, what do you want? Harry opened his mouth to answer. And stopped. What did he want? He wanted to be safe. He wanted to be loved. He wanted to belong somewhere, to have a home, a family, a future that didn't involve war and death and prophecies he hadn't asked for. But those wants felt small now. Childish. Irrelevant in the face of what he was becoming. I want to understand, Harry said finally. I want to know why this is happening to me. Why me? Why not someone else? Someone stronger? Someone who asked for this? Dumbledore's eyes softened. Because the magic does not ask, Harry. It chooses. And it chose you, not because you were strong, or brave, or powerful, but because you were good. Because even after everything the world did to you, the cupboard, the Dursleys, the years of neglect and cruelty, you did not become bitter. You did not become cruel. You remained Harry. I don't feel like Harry anymore. No. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. You feel like Lord Potter Black Peverell. You feel like the heir to 12 ancient houses. You feel like the boy who survived assassination attempts and inheritance theft and the weight of a prophecy you never asked to carry. He reached across the desk and took Harry's hand. But you are still Harry. The boy who pulled his first friend out of a burning building. The boy who chose to return to Hogwarts instead of running away. The boy who cares, despite everything, about people who have no power to help him. Harry's throat tightened. I'm scared, he admitted. I know. I'm scared that I'm going to become like them. Like the people who sealed my lordships. Like the people who want to control me. Like, he swallowed. Like Voldemort. Dumbledore's grip tightened. You will never be like Voldemort. How do you know? Because Voldemort never asked that question. Dumbledore released his hand and sat back. Voldemort never wondered if he was becoming a monster. He embraced his darkness, fed it, nurtured it, let it consume everything good in him. But you, Harry, you fear your darkness. And fear, when wielded properly, is the greatest safeguard against evil. Harry didn't know if he believed that. But he wanted to. They talked for hours. Dumbledore told Harry everything, about the Elder Wand, about its history, about the trail of blood that followed it through the centuries. He told Harry about Grindelwald, about their friendship, about the duel that had ended it. He told Harry about the Resurrection Stone, where it was hidden, how to claim it, what it would cost to use it. The stone is in Little Hangleton, Dumbledore said. In the ruins of the Gaunt Shack. Tom Riddle's mother's family, the last descendants of Cadmus Peverell, kept it there for generations. After they died, the stone remained. Hidden. Waiting. And the cloak. You already have the cloak. It lives inside you now, part of your magic, part of your blood, part of your soul. No one can take it from you. No one can use it against you. You are the cloak. Harry touched his chest. He could feel it there, faint but present, waiting to be called. The Hallows, he said. The prophecy said 3 Hallows shall call my name. But I only have one. The cloak. The wand and the stone are still out there, still waiting. Yes. Do I need them? To claim the crown? To stop Voldemort? 2. Dumbledore held up his hand. The Hallows are not weapons, Harry. They are tools. Tools that can be used for good or evil, depending on the hand that wields them. The Elder Wand has killed more wizards than any other object in magical history. The Resurrection Stone has driven men mad with grief. The cloak alone has been passed down through your family for generations without bloodshed or betrayal. Because the cloak hides you from death. The other Hallows try to conquer death. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. And that is why the cloak chose your family. The Peverils understood that death was not an enemy to be defeated, but a friend to be greeted. They did not fear death. They accepted it. Harry thought about his parents. About the way they had died, protecting him, loving him, choosing him over their own lives. Can I see the wand? He asked. Dumbledore hesitated. Then he picked up the Elder Wand and held it out. Harry reached for it. The moment his fingers closed around the wood, the world shifted. He was standing in a field, the same field from his vision, the same stars, the same sky. But this time, he wasn't alone. 3 figures stood before him, tall and shadowy, their faces hidden. Antioch, the first figure said. Asterisk the eldest. The one who created the wand, asterisk. Cadmus, the second said. Asterisk the middle. The one who created the stone, asterisk. Ignotus, the third said. Asterisk the youngest. The one who created the cloak, asterisk. Harry knew them. Not by face, by blood. You have returned. Antioch said. Asterisk the heir of our line. The one who will unite what was divided, asterisk. You carry the cloak, Cadmus said. Asterisk you have felt the stone's call. You will soon hold the wand, asterisk. And then, Harry asked. The 3 brothers looked at each other. And then you will choose, Ignotus said. Asterisk 3 Hallows. 3 deaths. 3 choices. The crown awaits the heir, but the heir must be worthy, asterisk. How do I become worthy? By living, Ignotus said. Asterisk by loving. By losing. By choosing, again and again, to be good when the world offers you every reason to be cruel, asterisk. The vision faded. Harry opened his eyes. The Elder Wand was in his hand. And Dumbledore was staring at him with an expression Harry had never seen before, not fear, not anger, not surprise. Something else. Something that looked almost like relief. It did not reject you, the headmaster said quietly. No. The wand has rejected everyone who has touched it since Grindelwald. Everyone except me. And now you. Harry looked at the wand. It felt warm in his hand, not cold, not hungry, not dangerous. Just, patient. Waiting. What does it mean? Harry asked. It means, Dumbledore said, that the wand has chosen its next master. Not today, not yet. But soon. When the time comes for you to face Voldemort, the Elder Wand will not fight against you. It will fight for me. If you are worthy. If you are good. The wand does not serve darkness, Harry. It serves power, but power tempered by wisdom, by courage, by love. Harry set the wand back on the desk. His hand was shaking. I don't want it, he said. I don't want any of it. The wand. The stone. The crown. I just want to be normal. Dumbledore's smile was sad. I know. But normal is not what the world needs from you, Harry. The world needs a hero. A leader. A king. I'm not a king. Not yet. Dumbledore stood up. But you will be. The crown sees it. The Hallows see it. The magic sees it. And whether you want it or not, whether you're ready or not, the crown is coming. Harry stood up too. His legs felt unsteady. What do I do? You go back to your dormitory. You sleep. You eat. You go to class. You live your life, as much as you can, while the world prepares for war. And when the war comes? Dumbledore walked around the desk and placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. When the war comes, he said, you fight. Not because you want to. Not because you were chosen. But because it is right. Because you are good. Because you are Harry. Harry looked into the old man's eyes. And for the first time since the inheritance ceremony, since Gringotts, since the train, since everything, he believed. Harry walked back to the Gryffindor common room in a daze. The castle was quiet at this hour, students asleep, portraits dozing, the occasional ghost drifting through the walls like memories. He climbed the stairs to the boys' dormitory, pushed open the door, and collapsed onto his bed. His rings glowed faintly in the darkness. 12 of them. 12 houses. 12 legacies. 3 Hallows, he thought. Asterisk 3 deaths. 3 choices, asterisk. The crown awaits. He closed his eyes. And in his dreams, he walked through a field of stars, toward a throne made of light, toward a crown that whispered his name. Harry. 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 He woke at dawn. His scar was cold. And somewhere, in the shadows, in the darkness, in the places where Voldemort waited, something had changed. The air had claimed the wand's allegiance. The war was coming faster now. End of chapter 13. ## chapter 14, the houses choose sides. The owl arrived at breakfast 3 days later, and this time the entire Great Hall knew something was wrong before Harry even opened the scroll. The bird was enormous, a great grey thing with eyes like burning coals and talons that left gouges in the wooden table. It carried a letter sealed with black wax, stamped with a crest Harry didn't recognize, a serpent coiled around a dagger. Dripping blood. Malfoy crest, Hermione whispered, her face pale. That's the Malfoy family seal. Harry broke the wax and unfolded the parchment. Lord Potter Black Peverell. Asterisk the ancient families of the Wisengamot have convened an emergency council to discuss your unprecedented rise to power. You are hereby summoned to attend a formal hearing on the matter of your lordships, to be held at Malfoy Manor on the first Saturday of November, asterisk. Attendance is not optional. Refusal will be interpreted as a declaration of hostility against the ancient houses. We await your response. Lucius Malfoy, Lord of the House of Malfoy. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it, tucked it into his robe, and reached for the toast. Aren't you going to answer? Ron asked. No. But. They want me to come to Malfoy Manor. They want me to walk into the home of a family that helped seal my lordships and stole from my parents' estate. They want me to sit in a room full of people who have spent 11 years trying to destroy me. Harry took a bite of toast. I'm not going. Hermione leaned closer. Harry, if you refuse, they'll use it against you. They'll say you're afraid. They'll say you're hiding. They'll say you're unfit to hold the lordships. Let them. Harry. I'm not going. The great hall buzzed with whispers. Students leaned across tables, pointing at Harry, at the letter, at the Malfoy crest still visible on the parchment. The teachers watched from the staff table, Snape's eyes burning, McGonagall's face tight with worry, Dumbledore's expression unreadable. Harry ignored them all. He finished his toast, drank his pumpkin juice, and walked out of the great hall without looking back. The summons was not the only letter that arrived that week. By Wednesday, Harry's bed was buried in parchment. Letters poured in from every corner of magical Britain, from families he'd never heard of, from ministry officials he'd never met, from strangers who claimed to support him or fear him or want to marry him. Most of them went straight into the fire. But some, were different. Lord Potter. The House of Bones stands with you. My aunt, Amelia Bones, has spoken highly of your courage and integrity. If you need allies in the coming war, you have them, Susan Bones. Harry set that letter aside. Lord Potter. The House of Longbottom remembers what you did for our family. My parents were tortured into madness by Death Eaters, the same Death Eaters who helped seal your lordships. We will not forget. We will not forgive. And we will not abandon you, Neville Longbottom. Harry set that letter aside too. Potter. The goblins have informed me of your alliance. Interesting. Very interesting. The House of Zabini has no interest in ancient feuds, only in profit. If your side proves more profitable than the other, you will have our support, Blaise Zabini. Harry almost burned that one. But something made him stop, something about the cold honesty of the words, the refusal to pretend that loyalty meant anything in a world of politics and power. Profit, he thought. At least she's honest. By Friday, the factions had become clear. Hermione, who had appointed herself Harry's secretary, or maybe his strategist, or maybe just his friend who couldn't stand to see him drowning, had organized the letters into 3 piles. Supporters, she said, tapping the first pile. Families who have publicly declared that they recognize your lordships and will support your claim to the crown. How many? 7. Harry blinked. 7. Out of all the families in Britain. 7 who have put their names in writing. There are others who support you privately, who sent letters without crests or signatures, but they're afraid. They want to see which way the wind blows before committing. And the second pile? The opposition. Hermione's face was grim. Families who have declared against you. Who say the goblins fabricated the evidence, that the Bowl of Provenance was tampered with, that you're a puppet of Dumbledore's, or worse, a Dark Lord in training. How many? 23. Harry's blood went cold. 23 families, he said slowly, have publicly declared that they want me destroyed. Not destroyed. Neutralized. They want your lordships invalidated, your seats on the Wisengamot removed, your political power stripped away. They don't want you dead, not yet. Just, powerless. And the third pile? Hermione hesitated. Undecided. Families who are waiting to see what happens at Malfoy Manor. Families who want to meet you before they choose. Families who, she stopped. Families who are hoping you'll make a mistake. Something they can use against you. Harry stared at the 3 piles. 7 supporters. 23 opponents. Dozens of undecided. These are the ancient houses, he asked. The ones who've ruled magical Britain for centuries. Yes. And they're choosing sides based on an 11-year-old they've never met. They're choosing sides based on power, Harry. Yours and theirs. The old families have spent generations building their influence, marrying the right people, making the right alliances, accumulating wealth and magic and secrets. You threaten all of that. You're new. You're young. You're different. I'm half-blood. Yes. Hermione's voice was soft. That's part of it. The pure-blood families have spent centuries convincing themselves that blood is everything, that muggleborns and half-bloods are somehow less than they are. And now you come along, a half-blood who outranks every pure-blood in Britain, and you prove that everything they believe is a lie. I didn't ask for this. I know. Hermione took his hand. But you have it anyway. And now you have to decide what to do with it. Harry spent the weekend reading. Not textbooks, asterisk letters star. Piles and piles of letters, each one offering a glimpse into the soul of magical Britain. The Weasleys supported him. Of course they did. Arthur Weasley had written a long, rambling letter about Muggles and equality and the importance of standing up to old prejudice. Molly Weasley had sent a cake. The Bones family supported him. Amelia Bones had convinced them, apparently, that Harry was worth the risk. The Longbottoms supported him. Neville's grandmother, Augusta, had written a letter so fierce and so angry that Harry could feel her fury through the parchment. The Greengrasses opposed him. Lord Greengrass had sent a formal declaration, written in cold, precise language, stating that the marriage contract between Harry and his daughter Daphne was still valid, and that any attempt to break it would be met with legal action. He wants to control me, Harry thought. Asterisk through Daphne. Through the contract. Through a girl I've never even met, asterisk. The Knots opposed him. Lord Knott's letter was shorter, just a single sentence. Asterisk the House of Knot does not recognize the Potter claims. We will fight them in the Wisengamot, in the courts, and, if necessary, on the field of battle, asterisk. The Parkinsons opposed him. The Carrows opposed him. The Averys opposed him. The Malfoys, obviously, opposed him. 23 families. 23 declarations of war. And one letter that made Harry stop breathing. Lord Potter. Asterisk my husband, Lucius, has told me about your situation. I find myself curious. The Malfoy family has opposed you publicly, but I wonder if that opposition is wise, asterisk. Asterisk power shifts, Lord Potter. Alliances change. The wise family positions itself to survive, no matter who wins, asterisk. Asterisk if you ever wish to discuss alternatives. I am available, asterisk. Narcissa Malfoy. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he handed it to Hermione. What does this mean? He asked. Hermione read it, her brow furrowed. It means, she said slowly, that Narcissa Malfoy is not as loyal to her husband as she pretends. It means she's keeping her options open. It means, she looked up at Harry. It means she might be willing to betray her own family if the price is right. What price? I don't know. But you can't trust her. Malfoys are snakes, all of them. And snakes bite. Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his robe. I won't trust her, he said. But I won't ignore her either. Sunday night, Harry sat alone in the Gryffindor common room. The fire had burned low, orange embers glowing in the darkness, casting long shadows on the walls. The portraits were asleep. The other students had gone to bed. Harry stared into the flames and thought about the letters. 23 families opposed him. 7 supported him. The rest were waiting, watching, asterisk hoping asterisk he would fail. The houses choose sides, he thought. Asterisk but no one's chosen me. Not really. The Weasleys chose me because they hate the Malfoys. The Bones chose me because Amelia told them to. The Longbottoms chose me because they remember what Voldemort did to their family, asterisk. No one chose me because they believe in me. No one chose me because they think I'm right. No one. Harry. He looked up. Neville Longbottom stood at the bottom of the stairs, wearing striped pajamas and an expression of nervous determination. Neville. It's late. I know. Neville walked to the fireplace and sat down across from Harry. I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about the letters. About the families who are lining up against you. So did I. It's scary. Yes. But you're not running. Harry looked at Neville, at his round face, his kind eyes, his hands clenched in his lap. No, Harry said. I'm not running. Why not? Because if I run, they win. And I've spent my whole life letting other people win. The Dursleys. The Ministry. The families who sealed my lordships. I'm done. Neville was silent for a moment. Then he nodded. My gran says you're going to change the world, he said. She says you're going to tear down the old families and build something better. She says, he swallowed. She says you're the only hope we have. I'm not hope. I'm just Harry. That's enough. Neville's voice was firm. That's always been enough. He stood up and walked back toward the stairs. Neville. He turned. Thank you. For believing in me. Neville smiled, small but genuine. Someone has to. He disappeared up the stairs. Harry sat alone in the darkness, staring at the dying fire. 23 families against him. 7 for him. Dozens undecided. But Neville believed in him. Hermione believed in him. Ron believed in him, in his own grumbling, loyal way. Hagrid believed in him. The goblins believed in him. And maybe, maybe, that was enough to start. The next morning, Harry wrote his response to Lucius Malfoy. He kept it short. Lord Malfoy. I will attend your hearing at Malfoy Manor. But I will not come alone. I will bring witnesses, goblins and wizards and anyone else who wants to see the truth, The old families have hidden their secrets for too long. It's time for the light, Harry Potter, Lord of the Houses of Potter, Black, Peveril, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, the Star, the Sword, the Quill, and the Crown. He sealed the letter with wax, not Potter wax, not black wax, but a new crest. One he had designed himself. A lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. 4 animals. 4 founders. 4 houses united. Beneath them, a single word. Potter. The owl flew south, toward Malfoy Manor. And somewhere in the depths of Hogwarts, in a common room full of sleeping students, Harry Potter dreamed of war. End of chapter 14. Thank you.